Chapter 350. The third young master of the Di family, Di Guangzhou, timidly walked to the front of the palace and hesitantly looked at the pitch-black city gate as if it was a prehistoric beast that would swallow him alive the moment he walked over. He did not bring any rain gear, and his robe was already drenched in the rain, making him look somewhat disheveled. Di Guangzhou hesitated for a long time before hesitantly moving forward. He was slightly surprised to see a young woman holding an umbrella and wearing the uniform of a noblewoman. However, he only stole a glance before turning to the palace gate. A guard went up to him and asked sternly, "Who are you?" When Di Renjia's robes were sent home, his family was at a loss. When they heard the news from the servant who delivered the meal, they knew that Di Renjia was a thrifty person, so they thought that he was worried about the court clothes. They wanted to follow his instructions and clean the court clothes so that they could bring a few more sets of clothes when they delivered the meal tomorrow. However, Miss Chanwan, who was serving Di Renjia, became suspicious. Ever since Di Renjia had been captured and imprisoned, his family had not seen him at all. They had no way of knowing what was going on inside and had no way of making the appropriate rescue measures. What kind of situation was this? Once the evidence was confirmed, he would be beheaded. It was true that Di Gongzi was a thrifty person, but he would not go so far as to pity a piece of clothing at this time, right? The more Chan Wan thought about it, the more suspicious she felt. She took the initiative to clean the court robe. Then, she carefully checked the robe from top to bottom, not letting go of a single inch. Finally, she found the blood letter that Di Renjia had hidden. Since there was a blood letter, he could cry out for justice. Of course, the Di family would not be so stupid as to bring the blood letter to the Luoyang Prefecture, the Supreme Court, or even the Imperial Censorate. This blood letter had to be sent directly to the Emperor to have a chance of survival. However, who was going to deliver this blood letter? One of the Di family's eldest and second sons was an official in another city and had yet to return. The other had also been implicated and imprisoned. The only male descendant was the third son, Di Guangzhou. Although Di Guangzhou was greedy and lustful, he still had feelings for his father, brother, and family. Furthermore, even if it wasn't for the sake of family, if his father and brother were convicted, his future would be over. This was for the lives of his father and brother, and also for his own future. No matter what, he had to fight for it. Di Guangzhou clenched his teeth, picked up the bloody letter, and ran towards the palace. But now that he was here, he couldn't help but feel afraid. After hesitating for a long time, he gathered up his courage and walked over. When the guard asked, Di Guangzhou hurriedly saluted and said, "I am Guangzhou, the son of the assistant minister of the prefectural official, Duke Di of the Phoenix Court. My father is innocent and was imprisoned unjustly. I am here to avenge my father to the sage." The imperial bodyguard glared at him and shouted, "If you have any injustice, you can go to the Supreme Court, the Censorate, the Ministry of Justice. A sage is not a judge. How would he have the time to go to court and ask questions? Mind your own business. Go away, go away, go away." Di Guangzhou hurriedly said, "My father is the current prime minister. The prime minister has been wronged, and this is a serious matter. I'm afraid that even the 3-law division will not be able to resolve this case. I believe that the sage is very concerned about this case. I'll have to trouble you to report this to Guangzhou. Perhaps the sage will be willing to see me." "Go away, go away. You really can think. Who will bear such a big responsibility for you? If I offend the sage, will you bear it for me? Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I'll arrest you and hand you over to the Luoyang government for punishment." Di Guangzhou was shocked. He didn't want to leave, but he also didn't dare to stay. While he was hesitating, Xiao Man heard the conversation between him and the imperial bodyguard. She walked over and said, "This Lang Jun, are you the third young master of the Di family?" The imperial bodyguard still wanted to scold him, but suddenly saw Xiao Man rushing over. He hurriedly stopped and lightly took 2 steps back. Xiao Man was originally one of the female imperial bodyguards in the palace. She often went in and out of the palace, so of course the imperial bodyguard knew her. Di Guangzhou saw this beautiful young woman in the palace dress asking him a question. He couldn't help but be confused and said, "Yes, it is me. Madam is? You come." Xiao Man called out to him, turned around and walked a few steps away. Di Guangzhou hurriedly rushed to follow. Xiao Man walked to a secluded place and stood still. She said to Di Guangzhou, "Do you have any evidence to complain about Duke Di's injustice?" Seeing Di Guangzhou's hesitant expression, Xiao Man hurriedly said, "I am the wife of the Yulin Forest's left officer Yang Fan. My husband was also imprisoned because he was wronged. I came here to complain to the emperor. Third young master can believe me." Di Guangzhou looked at her up and down and said, "So it is Madame Yang. I have also heard about Yang Langzhang's matter. I believe you." Xiao Man said, "Now that the palace is strictly guarded, you can't enter easily. You openly complain about your father. These soldiers are not willing to meddle, and they are also afraid of offending the imperial censorate. They definitely won't be willing to report for you. If you trust me, if you have any complaints or things you want to say, why don't you tell me? I will send them to the emperor for you." Di Guangzhou hesitated and said, Madame Yang, this matter is very important. Are you sure you can see the emperor?" Xiao Man smiled slightly and said with certainty, "Of course." Xiao Man's expression moved Di Guangzhou. Perhaps in his heart, the blood letter was a hot potato. He couldn't throw it away, but he couldn't keep it either. Now that someone was willing to take it, he couldn't wait to quickly hand over this responsibility. Di Guangzhou lowered his voice and said, "Madame Yang, my father wrote a letter in blood in prison. He hid it in a change of robe and sent it home. I found this letter in blood and wanted to go to the palace to complain." Xiao Man's eyes lit up and said, "Is young master willing to give this letter in blood to me?" Di Guangzhou hurriedly said, "Thank you, Madame Yang." He glanced left and right and sneakily took out a folded piece of cloth from his sleeve. It was inconvenient for Xiao Man to look at it in detail in front of the palace gate. She hurriedly took it and put it into her sleeve. After the letter in blood was put into her sleeve, Xiao Man's heart felt a bit more at ease. Xue Huai returned in failure. Wu Sanxi refused to show up, and Princess Taiping also said that Yang Fan would die. The last hope in Xiao Man's heart was only Shanghai Wanner. However, if it was just to ask what Shanghai Wanner did and whether she could save Yang Fan, there was no need for her to insist on going to the palace. Xiao Man came today because she knew the background of Shanghai Wanner. Xiao Man didn't dare to say that she completely understood Shanghai Wanner, but she had a general idea. After all, she was not only a female guard in front of the emperor, but also a good sister of Shanghai Wanner for more than a year. Shanghai Wanner had a high status and power, but her power was mainly in the palace. In the palace, she and Wei Tuan each occupied half of the palace. Wanner's power was relatively greater, but her power was limited to this and almost never left the palace. Wan had no ambition. She only wanted to ensure her own safety by making connections and recruiting confidants. Her power came from the emperor, and her safety also depended on the emperor, so she paid great attention to making friends with people in the palace. Almost no one in the court was under her command. Most of the foreign officials she made friends with were scribes. They gathered together to talk about romance, songs, and essays. At this time, their help was very limited. Xiao Man felt that Wanner's greatest ability was that she served the emperor, so it was convenient for her to speak. If she wanted to speak, she needed an opportunity. It was not good to mention it rashly, or it would inevitably arouse the emperor's suspicion. So she came this time to help Shanghai Wanner create an opportunity to speak. She also wrote a letter in blood, which was a suicide letter. If the emperor was willing to see her, she would go to the emperor to complain. It would be best if she could move the emperor. If not, Sister Wanner could also take the opportunity to speak for her and her Langjun might have a chance to live. If the emperor did not want to see her, she would commit suicide in front of the palace. It was unprecedented for a woman of the court to commit suicide in front of the palace. It was enough to attract the attention of all parties. The letter in blood she hid would certainly be found by the emperor. Such a tragic act of complaining of injustice, no matter how hard the emperor's heart was, he should be moved, right? If not, Wanner could still use this matter to cleverly exert influence on the emperor. This was the only way Xiaoman could think of. She wanted to use her own life to exchange for a chance to live for her Langjun. Unexpectedly, Di Guangzhou brought Di Renjie's letter in blood. Xiaoman was very happy. With the Prime Minister's letter in blood, there must be a little more hope. On Lichuan Terrace, Wu Zetian walked slowly along the white jade railings, quietly admiring the flowers and plants under the thin rain. These days, Wu Zetian's mental and physical strength were not very good. It was not until today that she slightly recovered. Looking down the corridor, all kinds of rare and exotic flowers such as pomegranate red, white phoenix, Lantian jade, and jade green jade were in bloom. The rain was like dew, condensing on the petals, appearing delicate and beautiful. Wu Zetian couldn't help but show a long-lost smile on her face. However, Shanghai Wanner, who accompanied her, frowned, faintly covered with a touch of worry, like the curtain of rain in the distance. She seemed to have a lot on her mind. But every time Wu Zetian turned her head to talk to her, she had to quickly change her expression so that Wu Zetian wouldn't see through it. At this time, Fu Qin came to Lichuan Terrace. He whispered a few words to the little eunuch standing on the stone steps, and then he came over with the little eunuch. Wu Zetian focused on the fresh flowers in the garden and lightly asked, "What is it?" Fu Chen crossed his hands in salute and said, "Holy Sage, today the wife of Yang Fan, the left minister of the Yulin Forest, is outside the palace gate asking for an audience." Wu Zetian thought for a moment and slowly said, "Is it Xiaoman?" She turned around and stared at Fu Chen, saying, "We have said that unless it is the most important matter of the country, or if an official above the rank of assistant minister asks for an audience, we will not see anyone. Why did you come to report?" Fu Chen bowed even deeper. "Holy Sage, Xiadawei said that she came this time not for national affairs, but for a private matter." Wu Zetian raised her eyebrows and slightly sneered, saying, "What private matter? Is it to plead on behalf of her rebellious husband? What kind of place does she think we are? Does she want us to go to court and interrogate her?" Fu Chen said in a low voice, "Xiadawei said that the Holy Sage is her matchmaker. She thanked the Holy Sage for bestowing her with a good husband. Today she is here to thank the matchmaker and she has brought a matchmaker gift." Hearing this, Wan Er's eyes slightly flashed. She suddenly smiled and said, "This girl Xiaoman is quite interesting. She clearly wants to save her husband, but she still finds so many excuses. She wants to thank the matchmaker, and then she wants to give gifts. She really put in so much effort. Unfortunately, can her little tricks hide from the Holy Sage's pair of wise eyes? The Holy Sage will definitely not see her. Go tell her not to waste her efforts." Wait, Wu Zetian originally did not want to see her, but hearing Wanner say this, she stopped Fu Chen and said, "Bring her to see me." Shanghai Wanner put on a surprised expression and said, "Everyone." Wu Zetian faintly smiled and said, "This girl's intentions can't be hidden from me. However, I am very curious. What gift does she have for me, the big matchmaker, and what excuse does she have to absolve her husband? Let's go back to the hall and rest for a while. I will wait for her to come." Chapter 351. Everyone, the noblewoman Xia Muin awaits the decree outside the palace. Summon her in. As you command. Little C waved her horsetail whisk and turned to leave. Wanner stood at Wu Zetian's side, looking at her face from top to bottom. The wrinkles on her face were especially obvious. Wanner was very disappointed. She had accompanied the Heavenly Empress for 10 years and had seen the heavenly empress step by step towards glory. Once upon a time, she had worshipped this powerful woman. It was not that she wanted to imitate Wu Zetian, but rather that she had been conquered by Wu Zetian's powerful charisma, her shrewdness, her ability, and her unyielding personality. But now, one gradually felt that the shrewdness and wisdom of the empress had always been reflected in how she schemed against the people in the imperial harem, how she schemed against the ministers in the imperial court, how she slaughtered the members of the Li Tang imperial family, and how she eradicated the opposing forces step by step in an attempt to ascend the throne. Now, she had fulfilled her wish. But as she ascended to the throne and replaced Li Tang as the founding monarch of the Zhou dynasty, her shortcomings were gradually revealed. Her ability and wisdom were not enough to control an empire. Or perhaps she only had the ability to firmly grasp power in her own hands. This was the skill she was most proficient in. But was this all an emperor needed to do? For the country and the people, what had she done? Perhaps compared to many incompetent emperors in history, this empress had some achievements. But after Emperor Taizong and Emperor Gaozong laid the foundation, the empire should have entered its golden age. But now it was in a precarious situation. The emperors and ministers spent most of their energy on fighting for the throne, fighting for the capital of the country, and fighting for fame and fortune. Perhaps it was because Wu Zetian had walked step by step to where she was today, constantly harming and being harmed. Living like this for more than 40 years, it had already become a habit in her mind. She always thought that someone would harm her, and once discovered, she would resolutely eradicate them. Perhaps it was because she had become the emperor as a woman, creating an unprecedented situation. The resistance of the officials was stronger than any previous emperor had ever encountered, so she had to use even harsher methods to deal with them. Perhaps it was because of her old age that she lacked energy and brain power, causing her to frequently make stupid moves. In this aspect, many wise rulers of ancient times were similar to her in their later years. But no matter what reason she had, Wanner still felt disappointed with the current Wu Zetian. Xiaoman slowly walked in. She had been by Wu Zetian's side for many years. The majesty of the imperial palace and the aura of the emperor could not affect her. She walked in very calmly and bowed deeply to Wu Zetian. She said softly, "Madam, Xie greets your majesty." Wu Zetian was just about to speak when she suddenly saw a civet cat in her arms. She couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Xiaoman, what are you holding in your arms?" Xiaoman bowed and said, "Your majesty is rich. Your wife has nothing to repay. Today I came to the palace to thank the matchmaker. Thinking that this kitten is very cute, I presented it to His Majesty. When His Majesty is bored with a kitten by his side, he can be more happy. Make His Majesty happy and healthy." Wu Zetian smiled slightly and said, "You're quite considerate." She waved her hand, and little Hai walked over and took the kitten from Xiaoman's hands. Thousand Wenqian was lying in Xiaoman's arms and was very comfortable taking a nap. When it was suddenly taken away, it made a displeased meow sound. Wu Zetian smiled and said, "This kitten is very cute. Come, give it to me." Little Hai quickly brought the civet cat in front of Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian received the cat with a smile and gently stroked its fur. She glanced at Xiaoman and said, "Xiaoman, did you come to see me today just to give this gift? Don't tell me you don't have anything else to say." Xiaoman calmly said, "Your Majesty is wise. Your wife doesn't dare to conceal anything. Naturally, there are other things I want to say. However, something unexpected happened at the last minute. Your wife's words can be put aside for now. Your wife still has something here that I want your Majesty to look at." As Xiaoman spoke, she put her hand into her sleeve. She had already been searched before entering the palace, so the guards in the palace did not stop her. They saw Xiaoman take out a handkerchief from her sleeve and raise it high above her head. Wu Zetian revealed a puzzled expression and gave little Hai a look. Little Hai quickly walked over, took the handkerchief, and walked in front of Wu Zetian with small steps. Wu Zetian reached out to take the handkerchief, and the civet cat in her arms took the opportunity to jump onto the ground. It arched its back and took elegant steps, casually walking around the palace. What emperor, what authority! In its eyes it couldn't feel anything. Wu Zetian opened the letter in blood. With just one glance, her expression changed. She silently finished reading the letter in blood, slowly raised her head, and said to Xiaoman, "How did this thing fall into your hands?" Xiaoman recounted how Di Renjie had sent the letter in blood, how Di Renjie's family had been blocked at the palace gate, and how she had agreed to complain in front of the emperor on his behalf. Then she knelt on both knees and said in a sobbing voice, "Your Majesty, your wife entered the palace today to first thank the matchmaker, and second to complain. Your wife's complaint was originally only for my husband. All the secrets in this world can be hidden from others, but how can they be hidden from the person next to him? Your wife knows very well that my husband would never rebel. So I want your Majesty to investigate clearly and clear my husband's name. Now that I have received Prime Minister Di's letter in blood in front of the palace, from your wife's point of view, my husband is not the only one who has been wrongly imprisoned. Your Majesty governs the world, and the Prime Ministers are the pillars that help your Majesty govern the world. Your wife pleads with your Majesty to handle this case carefully. For the country, don't break the pillars. For your wife, don't break the backbone of the family. Your Majesty is wise." Xiaoman knelt on the ground and began to cry. Wu Zetian looked at the letter in blood and didn't say anything for a long time. The hall was quiet, and only Xiaoman's soft sobbing could be heard. The handwriting on the letter was very sloppy, and it was clearly written in a hurry. In addition to a big word wronged on it, it also wrote, "Your subject Di Renjie is loyal to the country, loyal to the emperor, and has neither the intention nor the act of rebellion. Your subject is wronged. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly." Wu Zetian was very puzzled. Di Renjie had personally confessed to the crime, and now he wanted to cry out that he was wronged. What was his intention? Xiaoman knelt on the ground and kept crying. Wu Zetian slowly raised her head, glanced at her, and said, "Wan-er, take Xiaoman to rest first." Xiaoman refused to get up and cried, "Your Majesty." Wu Zetian gently said, "I will handle this case fairly. You can leave now." Shangguan Wan gave Xiaoman a look, and Xiaoman got up, bowed to Wu Zetian, and then left with Shanghai Wan. Wu Zetian held the letter in blood, and her heart was in turmoil. What is going on? Is there something else? After pondering for a long time, Wu Zetian slowly ordered, "Shanghai." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Quickly go to the Imperial Censorate and pass on my oral order. Come and see me immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xiaoman followed Shanghai Wan to the side hall. Shanghai Wan had just found an excuse to send the palace maids away when Xiaoman caught up and hurriedly said, "Sister Wan." Before she could say a word, her tears fell again. Shanghai Wan suppressed the pain in her heart and comforted her. "Xiaoman, I know you are worried. I also. Now I have entrusted some people, and I have taken advantage of the continuous rain to order people to spread the news that heaven is weeping and someone is being wronged. I believe it will soon reach the emperor's ears. The emperor has always believed in these things. Alas, I only hate that I haven't done enough. Usually I have many opportunities to make friends with the court officials and cultivate my power, but I let them go. Now I want to save people in a hurry, but I have no one to entrust them to." Xiaoman's heart sank, and she said, "Even Sister Wan has no way." Shanghai Wan said sadly, "I have been thinking of a way, but I hate that my power can't go out of the palace. Especially Lai Genshin's Imperial Censorate, I can't interfere at all. I've already thought of some ideas, but this is a major case of rebellion. I've already heard about Xue Huai and Liang Wangu Sansi visiting the Imperial Messenger Station. If even the two of them can't save Yang Fan, then there's only one way." Xiaoman hurriedly asked, "What way?" "Shanghai," Wanner said. "Since we can't erase his suspicion of rebellion, then we can only interrogate him. Interrogate him to prove his innocence. Then we can let him out. But I am very worried that with Lai Genshin's character, even if he is innocent, he will be found guilty. This person would rather kill 3,000 wrongly than let one go." But Wanner grabbed Xiaoman's hand and softly said, "Speaking of which, you have a way. Not only can you enter the palace to complain, but you also brought Prime Minister Di's blood letter. The Emperor has always seen Prime Minister Di in a different light. The Emperor has been depressed these days, and the main reason is that Prime Minister Di, whom she most appreciates and trusts, also wants to rebel against her. Maybe this is a rare opportunity." Xiaoman said, "Xiaoman can only do this. Whether or not we can use this matter to change the Emperor's mind, we still have to rely on Sister Wanner." Shanghai Wanner said, "I will act according to the situation. Right now is a critical moment. We should strike while the iron is hot. I can't talk more with you. I will go back to the Emperor first and see what happens." Xiaoman quickly wiped her tears and said, "Okay, Sister Wanner, go ahead. Xiaoman will wait for your news here." Shanghai Wanner returned to the hall, and Wu Zetian was deep in thought with her chin in her hand, waiting for Lai Genshin's arrival. Wanner didn't say much, just quietly stood next to her. When to speak, when to say what, Shanghai Wanner, who had served Wu Zetian for many years, knew better than anyone else. Now was not the time for her to speak. The civet cat named Qian Wenqian ran around the hall by itself, but it felt that this place was empty and fresh and very interesting. As it ran, it suddenly saw a birdcage hanging on a row of antique shelves, and in the birdcage was a parrot with brightly colored feathers. The cat couldn't help but squat down and look at the parrot with its bright eyes. The parrot didn't notice the greedy eyes of Qian Wenqian. It looked around in the cage, leisurely pecked its feathers, and suddenly said, "Your Majesty, long live!" This was Lichuan Tai, where Empress Wu came to relax, not Wuqing Hall, where she worked daily, so there were all kinds of things inside and outside the palace for her to relieve her boredom. This parrot was a pet that Empress Wu doted on very much, and the words it learned were all taught by Wei Tuan. Qian Wenqian looked at the silly bird in the cage, very envious. Although its food had always been good, this kind of blood food that could be caught personally must be more delicious to eat. Qian Wenqian squatted on the ground and raised its head to look at the bird in the cage. It suddenly stood up, took a few steps back, and suddenly accelerated forward. When it approached the boga shelf, it suddenly leaped up and leaped onto the shelf. Then it leaped into the air and grabbed the parrot. Note: legend has it that when Wu Zetian killed Empress Wang and concubine Xiaoshu cursed her. In the next life, Empress Wu would be a mouse and she would be a cat, and she would be enemies with Empress Wu forever. So Empress Wu was afraid of cats, and the palace never allowed cats to be kept. Even when she decided to set the capital in Luoyang, it was because she killed Empress Wang and concubine Xiaoshu in Chang, and she was afraid that there would be ghosts haunting her. This kind of bizarre nonsense made up by later generations, I won't specifically explain it when I write about Xiaomeng offering the cat. Many of the mysterious things made up by later generations have self-contradictory big loopholes. A small matter about Wu Zetian recorded in Ziji Tongjian directly refutes this legend. I won't say what it is, but do you know what it is? Chapter 352. Qian Wenqian pounced on the birdcage. He grabbed the birdcage with one claw and stretched his other claw into the cage to grab the parrot. The birdcage shook left and right on the shelf. The parrot inside was so scared that it jumped around and screamed in fear. Several palace maids in the palace saw this scene and hurried to help. The ones fighting inside and outside the birdcage were the two pets of the emperor. They didn't dare to hurt either of them, and it took a lot of effort to separate them. The parrot fluttered its feathers all over the ground and shrank into a corner of the cage in fear. Qian Qian was held in someone's arms, and it stared at its prey with a pair of cat eyes, regretfully looking at it. All this, of course, was seen by Wu Zetian, and she couldn't help laughing. "Come on, bring my cat and parrot here, and let me see these two restless little guys," Wu Zetian said with a smile. When the two pets were brought in front of her, Wu Zetian held the civet cat in her arms and looked at the parrot on the table, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. She was a person who liked to speculate about some things from some strange signs and signs. Looking at the still eager civet cat and the frightened parrot in her arms, she suddenly thought, civet cat, civet, Li, parrot, Wu. The fight between the civet cat and the parrot, does it mean the fight between the Li family and the Wu family? Is this a warning from God? At this time, Wei Tuaner finished dealing with some things and just arrived at the hall. After listening to the palace maids tell what had just happened, she came to Wu Zetian and said with a smile, "Everyone, of course, the cat and the parrot can't be kept together. How can they coexist? Let's give the cat to Tuan, and Tuan will put it in a safe place so that it won't attack the parrot again." Wu Zetian said slowly, "Are the civet cat and the parrot really incompatible?" Tuan covered her mouth and laughed. "Everyone, when the cat sees the parrot, how can it not want to eat? If they are together, it will be strange if they can live in harmony." "There is a way," Wu Zetian said seriously. Her eyes flickered as if she had been inspired by something. She held the restless civet cat tightly in her hand, preventing it from jumping onto the table. She stroked its fur thoughtfully and comforted it. She said to Wei Tuaner, "I like this civet cat. Take it and train it well. Get rid of its wildness." Wei Tuaner agreed and took the cat from Wu Zetian's hands. Wu Zetian continued, "Why can't a civet cat and a parrot live in harmony? I don't agree. This world belongs to me. Do you think I can't deal with a civet cat? Tuan train it well. No matter what method you use, you must make sure that this civet cat and this parrot can coexist in the same room and not attack each other." "Ah." Wei Tuaner held the civet cat with a bitter expression. Civet cats eat birds. This was their instinct. How could she let them coexist in the same room and not attack each other? The Thousand Wen Qian had been struggling in Wei Tuaner's arms for a long time, but it had not been able to reach the parrot on the table. Now that it was in Wei Tuaner's arms, it could see the parrot's eyes clearly. It struggled a few times, but it could not escape from Wei Tuaner's arms. It became angry and raised its claws to scratch her. A few bloody marks immediately appeared on the back of Wei Tuaner's delicate palm. She cried out in pain and let go of her hand. The cat used all its strength to jump onto the table. Its head knocked the birdcage over, and it fell down the table with a grunt. The parrot was screaming and jumping in the cage, flapping its wings. Its feathers were falling off, making Wu Zetian sneeze a few times. When Lai Junchen arrived at Lichuantai, he saw that it looked like it had just been cleaned up after a mess. He was very curious. However, he didn't dare to ask too much. He still followed the rules and bowed to Wu Zetian in the Zhou dynasty. He said respectfully, "I, Lai Junchen, kowtow to your majesty." "Get up." "Lai Junchen, how did you judge Di Renjie and the others?" Lai Junchen had just stood up, but he quickly bent down again and said, "Your Majesty, I tried to persuade them with emotion and reason. I tried to influence them with your Majesty's kindness and magnanimity. For those who are too stubborn, I gathered evidence and used it to make them unable to refute. They had no choice but to bow their heads and admit their guilt." "Is that so?" Wu Zetian glanced at him and said, "They all admitted their guilt." Lai Junchen said, "Yes." As soon as they were arrested, Di Renjie knew that the situation was hopeless, so he was the first to admit his guilt. After that, Ren Jigu, Pei Xingbin, and the others also pleaded guilty. Up until now, only Wei Yuanzhong refused to admit his guilt. Hou Siji wanted to use torture on him, but he had just hung him up when I found out and immediately went to stop him. I believe that it is not advisable to use torture on these officials. Once torture is used, it will be hard to avoid suspicion that they have been tortured into confessing. We must be fair and use irrefutable evidence to force them to admit their guilt. Yes, Wu Zetian slowly said. You really didn't use torture to extort confessions. Lai Junchen smiled and said, How could I dare to lie to your majesty? I can guarantee that no torture was used on the cases I personally tried or handled. I dare not hide anything from your majesty, because your majesty has not yet issued a decree to confirm their crimes and announce them to the world. They are still officials. I have not even stripped them of their court uniforms. So how could I use torture on them? Wu Zetian's eyes suddenly turned cold. She said in a low voice, If that's the case, why would Di Renjie send out a letter of blood to complain about his grievances? As Wu Zetian spoke, she threw a handkerchief in her hand at Lai Junchen. The handkerchief was light and floated to the ground in midair. Lai Junchen quickly caught up and bent down to pick up the handkerchief. He unfolded it and cursed inwardly. Wang Des Ho, this idiot. I told him to keep an eye on that old fox, so how could he still send out a letter of blood? Lai Junchen thought to himself, but he pretended to be shocked and wronged. He said this, I don't know either. Perhaps this Di Renjie is afraid of death and knows that your majesty has always favored and trusted him. So, complaining about his grievances is fake and pleading for leniency is real. He hopes that your majesty will be soft-hearted and spare his life. Could it be like this? Di Renjie is using complaining about his grievances in the name of getting my pity? Wu Zetian hesitated. Shanghai Wan looked at Lai Junchen and then glanced at Wu Zetian. She gently closed her eyes and said in a gentle voice, Lieutenant Minister Lai has always been loyal to the affairs of the state and is everyone's trusted right-hand man. What Lieutenant Minister Lai says is not false. But if the Prime Minister is complaining about his grievances and your Majesty does not intervene, not only will it damage your Majesty's reputation, but it will also affect Lieutenant Minister Lai. Wu Zetian turned her head and asked, What is Wan Er's opinion? Shanghai Wan Er said, Why doesn't your Majesty bring Di Renjie and the others to your Majesty and ask them personally? As soon as these words came out, Lai Junchen's heart thumped. He was so scared that it almost jumped out of his chest. He immediately pretended to be wronged and said, Shangguandai, Ji's words are wrong. The court has its own laws. How can there be a reason for the emperor to personally try criminals? What about the country's laws? What about the 3 departments of law? Once this precedent is set, future emperors can follow suit and interfere with justice at any time. How can the law be maintained? Shanghai Wan Er immediately said, In the 6th year of Jingguan, Emperor Taizong interfered and released 390 prisoners on death row to reunite with their families. 1 year later, they came to the capital to be punished. In the 17th year of Jingguan, Ho Junji rebelled. Emperor Taizong had a private meeting and said, For the sake of the emperor, from now on I cannot go to the pavilion of Lingyan. If Emperor Taizong can do it, why can't I, the emperor of the Zhou dynasty? Although Lai Junchen came from a humble background, he was talented. To be able to write the weaving scripture of weaving and framing, how could he not have some real ability? He immediately retorted, It is true that Emperor Taizong released prisoners to reunite with their families. But that was a decision made by Emperor Taizong when he recorded the prisoners, not a special person or a special case to interrogate them. This year's prisoner recording period has not arrived yet, so it cannot be used as a precedent. As for Emperor Taizong's private meeting with Ho Junji, that is a legend among the people. Since it was a private meeting in a private room, how could others know? Even Emperor Taizong's words seem to have been seen with their own eyes. There is no such thing in Emperor Taizong's daily records. Let me ask, who was the one who said this? If Emperor Taizong really met with Ho Junji in a private room, knowing that he was going to die, then Ho Junji could have begged the Son of Heaven to pardon one of his sons and preserve his bloodline. Why did he have to wait until the execution ground to speak of this hope and have the executioner report to the Son of Heaven to pardon one of his sons and exile him to Lingnan? Oi's talent mainly came from her literary talent and her ability to manage government affairs. Her knowledge of prisons may not be comparable to that of Lai Junshin, who had written the weaving scripture of weaving. She had grown up in the palace. Her ability to find faults, to find loopholes, and to argue with others could not be compared to Lai Junshin, who was a street thug. But because she was knowledgeable and familiar with all kinds of stories, she was able to list them out one by one and argue with Lai Junshin. As the two of them bickered, Wu Zetian's energy began to run out. She felt annoyed and said, Fine. You two don't have to tell me about the past. How about this? I will send an official to the prison to see if he has been tortured or not. Xiao Hai sent an edict. Have Qi Feng, the messenger, go to the deacon's courtyard to see if any of the officials have been tortured. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiao Hai left the hall. Lai Junshin rolled his eyes and said, Even if Your Majesty did not summon me today, I would still come to the palace to report. Last night, someone broke into the deacon's courtyard and tried to break into the prison. Hearing this, Wu Zetian was shocked. Her tiredness was swept away. She quickly asked, Someone dared to break into the prison? Lai Junshin said, Yes. I am afraid there are more than 10 intruders. Each of them is highly skilled. They started a massacre in the deacon's courtyard. Only after alerting a large number of guards did they escape. They killed 15 jailers. Not a single one was injured. Their attack was extremely vicious. While Lai Junshin was talking, he suddenly remembered the words of an imperial bodyguard who had experienced the prison break last night. He said, Deputy Prime Minister, although that person tried to conceal herself, I am certain that she is a woman. This woman's skills are extremely high, almost like a demon's. When she makes a move, lightning flashes and thunder roars. Suddenly, a gentle breeze and a fine drizzle. She is like the venom of a snake. Lai Junshin thought, I wonder who this woman is. She sneaked into the prison with the intention of rescuing an official. This person's martial arts are so high. If her target is me, it is really worrying. I don't know if the 6 bodyguards I hired with a lot of money are her match. When I go back, I need to hire more martial arts masters to protect me. Shanghai 1, I was thinking about how to use Di Renjia's grievance to make a big fuss. It was okay if she couldn't save Di Renjia and the others. At least she had to bail Yongfan out. When she heard Lai Junshin's words, she felt like she was drenched in ice. Her heart turned cold. Someone broke into the prison? This is bad. Chapter 353. As expected, Wu Zetian was enraged. She shouted, They even dared to break into the prison and killed many officials. They are lawless. If it wasn't for the fact that Little Hai had already gone to pass down the decree, Wu Zetian wouldn't have even bothered to send people to investigate whether or not anyone was being tortured. There were actually people who disregarded the law and broke into a prison, killing so many officials. Did these people still have the law in their hearts? There were no less than 10 people breaking into the prison. What did this mean? It meant that they had accomplices. A group of lawless accomplices. Was there any doubt that they were plotting a rebellion? Not long after, the messenger Qi Feng hurried to the lovely spring stage and left with Lai Junshin. Shanghai Wana knew that this was not the time to speak, but Xiao Man was still waiting in the side hall. She was also worried about Yang Fan's safety. She could not help but ask everyone Xiao Man. Wu Zetian was still angry. She flicked her sleeve and said, Tell her to go home first. We will talk after I investigate Di Renji's matter. Then she went to rest with Wei Tuaner. Shanghai Waner was helpless. She went to the side hall and told Xiao Man, who was waiting anxiously for news, could not help but feel depressed. No matter how daring Lai Junshin was, He would not lie about something like this, especially about the death of 15 jailers. Who was it that wanted to break into the prison? Who was it that wanted to save? The two were also puzzled. They only knew that because of this matter, the glimmer of hope was gone. They could only hope that Qi Feng's trip to the censorate courtyard would be fruitful. The messenger Qi Feng, as the name suggested, was a minister who was responsible for conveying the emperor's edict. The emperor's edict would be conveyed by the eunuchs. Most of the matters that involved the yamen outside the palace would be carried out by the messenger Qi Feng. The messenger Qi Feng and Lai Junqin arrived at the censorate courtyard. Lai Junqin said with a beaming face, "Qi Feng, please take a seat in the hall and rest for a while. I will take you to examine the prisoners." Facing the emperor's favorite minister, the famous king of hell in the capital, Qi Feng was anxious. He did not dare to refuse. He hurriedly nodded and was accompanied by Lai Junqin into the hall to rest. Just in time, the servants served cold drinks and 2 plates of dried fruits. Lai Junqin started chatting with him. Taking advantage of this time, Wei Suizhong Wang Desho and the others, who had received Lai Junqin's order, hurriedly got to work. Just like the day when Xue Huai visited, they modified Yang Fan's cell in advance. At this time, they hurriedly dressed up Di Renjie and the other ministers. In the main hall, Lai Junqin and Qi Feng sat down according to the host and guest, and they chatted cheerfully and wittily. Lai Junqin said, "That day the great general of the left imperial guard Zhang Qinxuan made a ruckus in court, trying to harm this Zhongqing. In the end, he was hacked to death by this official's imperial bodyguards. He deserved it. Ah, his head was right under your feet. Thinking about it today, it's still vivid in my mind." Ah, Qi Sharon jumped in fright, and his legs immediately shrank back, recalling the bloody scene a few days ago when a great general was hacked to death and his head was right under his feet. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. At this time, a servant walked into the main hall and whispered a few words in Lai Junqin's ear. Lai Junqin stood up and said, "Qi Sharon carries the emperor's orders. It's not good to delay for too long. Let's leave now." Qi Feng felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly said, All right. The two of them left the main hall and walked towards the backyard. Halfway there, someone locked up a prisoner with disheveled hair. When the prisoner saw Qi Feng, he kept babbling nonstop. Qi Feng fixed his eyes on him and couldn't help but be shocked. He cried out involuntarily, "Eunuch Fan!" It turned out that the prisoner who was being escorted over was the chief chamberlain, Fan Yunxian. Qi Feng was the chief chamberlain and often walked around the palace, so he naturally recognized him. Fan Yunxian kept babbling nonstop, but unfortunately his tongue had been cut off, so he couldn't say a word. Lai Junqin's expression didn't change as he said, "Qi Sharon recognizes him? This person is the chief chamberlain. When I interrogated him in court, I asked him to confess his crimes. But this person didn't know what's good for him. He only talked about how wise the late Emperor Gaozong was and scolded our great Zhou Emperor for being muddle-headed and tyrannical. How preposterous! In a fit of anger, I cut off his tongue. Oh, His Majesty also knew about this and reprimanded me a few times, saying that I shouldn't lower myself to the level of a eunuch. Hee. I was also angry at that time. When I heard him insult His Majesty, I couldn't hold it in any more." Qi Feng responded with, "Oh." His face turned slightly green. At the back of the censorate courtyard, in front of the row of small rooms of different heights and sizes where Yang Fan and the others were imprisoned, was a spacious area. It was rare that it wasn't raining. Many prisoners with leg shackles were taking a breather in that spacious area. Qi Feng and Lai Junqin accompanied him to the opposite corridor and stood still looking forward. They saw Ren Jigu, Pei Xingbin, and the others dressed in official robes and hats. They were stretching their bodies with their feet splayed out. Di Renjie was wearing a loose Taoist robe. He was standing there with his hands behind his back, looking around. Pei Xuanli and a few other officials were sitting on a few large logs placed horizontally by the wall. They were also talking about something, looking very relaxed. Today was the first time these officials were released. Pei Xuanli and the others were injured and couldn't move easily, so they were carried out and made to sit there. Would Lai Junqin be kind enough to let them take a breather? Even if they were, why would he force them to dress neatly? Some of these officials only wore underwear because of the hot and stuffy atmosphere in the prison. Some of them were injured, but no one applied medicine on them. They were afraid that the injured parts would rot, so they didn't dare to wear clothes. They could only bare their backs. What was Lai Junqin's intention? These officials had all been promoted step by step from minor officials. With such deceitful behavior, they immediately understood that the imperial court had sent people to inspect. They didn't make a sound and allowed Wei Suizhong and the others to do as they pleased. They all pretended to leisurely stretch their bodies and look into the distance. In reality, they had long been observing their surroundings. Since Lai Junqin had made such arrangements, there would definitely be people coming. Wei Yuanzhong's eyes were sharp. He suddenly saw a few officials appear in the distant corridor. One of them was Lai Junqin in a red robe. Beside him were a few in green robes. Wang Desho and Wei Suizhong recognized the green-robed officials. There was another person in the green robe of a low-ranking official, but he stood shoulder to shoulder with Lai Junqin. It was obvious that he wasn't his subordinate. Wei Yuanzhong immediately called out, "They're here!" In the corridor, Lai Junqin pointed at the officials and said, "Every day this official will arrange for them to come out and take a breather. This is the first batch. In a moment, there will be a second batch. We're innocent. We're innocent. Angel, please report to the Son of Heaven that we're innocent." When the officials in custody rushed over, the servants who had been lying in ambush saw that the situation wasn't good. They hurriedly raised their wind and fire sticks and formed a row to stop them. The officials pushed and shoved, but it was difficult for them to break through their line of defense. They could only jump and shout, "Which angel has come? We've been tortured and forced to confess. We're innocent. Please report to the Son of Heaven." When they shouted, Lai Junqin's expression immediately changed. His gaze immediately pierced towards Qi Feng like a blade. Qi Feng shuddered and hurriedly turned around. He didn't even spare a glance at the wall like bailiffs that ceaselessly jumped up, and he only stared fixedly at the eaves of an office room in front of him. Lai Junqin stared closely at him. He looked at his strained expression, his taut cheeks, and the faint beads of sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, he revealed a hint of a gentle smile. He smiled warmly and said, "Qi Sharon, in your opinion, have I ever mistreated these criminal officials?" Sweat rolled down Qi Feng's forehead as he mumbled, "No, no." Lai Junqin said, "Other than not being able to move freely, everything is normal in this prison. All their confessions were personally admitted by them. Not a single one of them was tortured. What does Qi Sharon think?" Qi Feng grinned and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He said, "Yes, Deputy Minister Lai is right. Which angel has come? Please report to the Son of Heaven that we're innocent. We're innocent." Lai Junqin turned a deaf ear to the cries of injustice. He said with a smile, "Qi Sharon, this way, please." Lai Junqin accompanied Qi Feng as he turned around and walked back. He said leisurely, "The current Son of Heaven has become the Empress with the body of a woman. This is an unprecedented event. There will always be people who are unconvinced. What nonsense are they spouting about a woman usurping the dawn? It's fine if they're just saying it, but there will always be people who refuse to give up and want to chase the emperor down from the throne. Yes, yes. Actually, I came from a humble background. I wasn't recommended by the court officials, nor was I a scholar. Does Qi Sharon know why I was placed in an important position by His Majesty? Why? Because of loyalty. Because I, Lai Junqin, am actually a dog by His Majesty's side, guarding His Majesty's home. If anyone harbors ill intentions towards His Majesty, I'll be responsible for biting him to death. Not only will I bite him to death, I'll bite him until he's too horrible to look at. This way, others will be afraid, and there will be fewer people who dare to cause trouble for His Majesty. Therefore, His Majesty needs a lackey like me. He can't do without a lackey like me. And a lackey like me is also willing to attach myself to His Majesty and serve His Majesty wholeheartedly. Ha ha! Chi Feng laughed along and said, Lai Junchin suddenly restrained a smile and said sinisterly, Chi Sharon is laughing so happily. I presume you understand what I said? Chi Feng was stunned. He nodded like he was pounding garlic and said, Understood. Understood, understood. This lowly official understands. Lai Junchin put his hands behind his back, raised his head, and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! Wu Zetian returned to the bedroom and slept for more than 2 hours before she woke up. She was old and had just woken up, so her mind was still not clear. She leaned on the bed and was in a daze for a while. She asked Tuan Er to talk to her for a while before she finally woke up. At this time, Tuan Er said, Everyone, emissary Chi Feng has returned. He's waiting for the decree outside the bedroom. Oh, help me up and change my clothes. Although Wu Zetian didn't want to move at this time, and the other party was just a small emissary, so there was no harm in seeing him like this, but Wu Zetian still had to get up. In front of her subjects, she had to maintain a dignified and spirited manner. She didn't want her subjects to see any signs of old age. Chi Feng waited for a long time. Finally, he received the order to summon him. He lowered his head and tiptoed into the spacious and deep hall. He thought of the head of the general of the left guard, the tongue of the chief eunuch Fan, and Lai Junchin's falsehood. He finally made up his mind. Wu Zetian sat majestically behind the table and asked in a deep voice, How's the matter? I asked you to investigate. Chi Feng bowed and said, Your Majesty, after my inspection, the officials in custody have not been interrogated by torture. Oh! Wu Zetian's face darkened, and the hall was terrifyingly silent for a moment. After a short while, Chi Feng gulped down a mouthful of saliva and braced himself as he said, All the criminals have confessed to their crimes. Their death apology form is here, and I've been entrusted by Vice Minister Lai to present it on my behalf. Chi Feng took out the travel book from his sleeve, bowed, and raised it. The eunuch took it and sent it to Wu Zetian's table. Wu Zetian took the death apology form and silently looked through it. She said with a gloomy face, I treat people with sincerity, but what I get in return is always bad karma. Ha! It's nothing more than chopping off a few more heads. Send the decree to Lai Junchin. After 7 days, all the criminals will be hanged and the market will be abandoned for 3 days. Chapter 354. The execution will be in 7 days. Yes, Princess Taiping got a positive answer and stood up anxiously. She thought to herself, I have to hurry. She walked back and forth in the hall twice and suddenly stopped. She said to Zhou Min, Get dressed. I want to go to the palace to see the emperor. In the harem, there was a pile of bird feathers in the Shifang courtyard. The civet cat named Qian Wenqian squatted under a pillar in the hall. It stuck out its tongue and licked the last trace of blood from its lips. It meowed contentedly. Wei Tuan Er timidly said to Wu Zetian, Everyone, I am guilty. Wu Zetian didn't have any expression on her face. She looked at the few feathers on the ground that could prove the existence of the parrot. She slowly said, Punish it by starving it for a few meals. Bring another parrot. I don't believe that the whole world can obey me. I can't make a civet cat yield. After Wu Zetian finished speaking, she turned around and walked out. Perhaps when people were old, they would have a childlike innocence and stubbornness. Wu Zetian didn't know why, but she suddenly had a competition with a civet cat. Maybe it was because she couldn't choose a candidate for the crown prince. She could only project this dilemma on the civet cat and the parrot, hoping to find a revelation from their interaction. Your Majesty, Princess Taiping is here to see you. Oh, Lingyue is here? Wu Zetian's face showed a trace of a smile. Whether it was her son or nephew, or even all the civil and military officials in the court, there was no one who didn't make her worry. Now that she thought about it, it was this baby girl who made her happy. Wu Zetian's face just bloomed with a smile. Princess Taiping, who was dressed like a man, came in and affectionately said, "Mother!" Wu Zetian smiled and said, "You are not a child anymore. You are still so mischievous. You are a dignified princess, but you dress like a man when you go out." Princess Taiping made a playful face at her and said with a smile, "It is convenient to go out like this. Mother knows that I like to dress like a man since I was a child. It has been raining nonstop for the past few days, making me feel bored. I went to the Golden Grain Garden for a few days to relieve my boredom. As soon as I returned to the city, I came to visit Anyang." Wu Zetian let her hold her arm, and as they walked out, she said, "You're so free, girl. I have countless things to worry about every day. I heard that great elder princess built a villa in the Golden Grain Garden. Do you also have a garden there? Why haven't I heard you mention it?" Princess Taiping pouted and said, "Do I still need to tell Mother about this? Your daughter is too ashamed to say it. My daughter's manor is very small, far from being comparable to the manor of great elder princess of Yen and I, the daughter of a wealthy family. Sooner or later, I will build a manor far more magnificent than her manor. At that time, I will invite Mother to stay there for a few days." Wu Zetian chuckled and said, "You little girl, you've always been unwilling to fall behind others since you were young. Do you want me to help you build a garden?" Princess Taiping proudly said, "That's not necessary. Your daughter has her own way. Last time, Anyang made an exception and increased your daughter's land to 1,000 mu. There are already people who are jealous. Your daughter doesn't want others to gossip." Wu Zetian knew that her daughter had always been strong-willed. She only smiled and did not say anything. Princess Taiping accompanied Wu Zetian to her bedroom. The mother and daughter talked for a while. Wu Zetian felt tired and fell asleep on the bed. Princess Taiping waited for her to fall asleep. Then she left the bedroom and went to the history library. In the history library, Shanghai Wan'er asked her trusted female official, Fu Qingqing, "Did Scholar Zhang find any news?" Fu Qingqing said, "Scholar Zhang has not entered the palace yet. Don't worry. Qingqing has sent someone to stand guard in front. As soon as he arrives, I will bring him to see you immediately." "Very well." Shangguan Wan'er agreed, but she couldn't hide her worry. Fu Qingqing saw this and was very surprised. She knew that Yang Fan and Daiji had a close relationship, but even if Yang Fan died, Daiji's power would not be affected at all. He was just a general. As long as Daiji was willing to put down her status, there were many officials who were willing to follow her. Was there a need to care so much about a mere Yang Fan? But seeing that Shanghai Wan'er was upset, Fu Qingqing did not dare to ask. At this time, someone reported, "Daiji, Princess Taiping has arrived." Ah, Shanghai Wan'er was startled. She waved her hand, and Fu Qingqing immediately retreated. Just as she reached the door, Princess Taiping was already walking in leisurely. Fu Qingqing quickly bowed and retreated to the side. She waited for Princess Taiping to come in before she retreated and closed the door. Shanghai Wan'er squeezed out a smile and greeted, "Lingyue, why did you come on such a cloudy and rainy day?" Princess Taiping winked at her and said with a smile, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. I missed you very much. I came to the palace to see you." Shanghai Wan'er secretly smiled bitterly and said, "This weather is very annoying. I was just thinking of chatting with someone to relieve my boredom. Sit down. What do you want to drink?" Princess Taiping sat down behind the table. glanced at Shang Guanwan, and suddenly said, Wanner has always been indifferent. Everything is like a cloud, unmoved by anything. Now you look gloomy and upset. Is it really because of the rainy weather? Shang Guanwan asked. Shanghai Wanner was secretly startled. She looked at Princess Taiping and said, Ling Yue, why do you say so? Princess Taiping smiled slightly. She picked up a stone carved into the shape of a white rabbit from the table and gently played with it. Without raising her head, she said, If I'm not wrong, Wanner is worried about someone locked up in the Senate, right? Shanghai Wan'er's face suddenly turned pale. She exclaimed, Ling Yue, you. Princess Taiping slowly raised her eyebrows. Her pair of charming and bright red phoenix eyes slightly revealed a murderous aura. Unexpectedly, there was a kind of astonishing beauty in them. Her plump and delicate petal-like little mouth opened and closed. She said word by word, That person's name is Yang Fan, right? Bang! The stone lightly hit the table. Shanghai felt as if she was struck by lightning. She staggered back 3 steps. Her beautiful face turned pale. She said in shock, Ling Yue. Princess Taiping lightly shook her sleeves. She acted as if nothing had happened. She leisurely said, Wan'er, what are you afraid of? Actually, I already know about the matter between the two of you. But don't worry, only I know about it. She raised her head and looked at Shanghai Wan. She smiled and said, I won't tell anyone else. When she was not known, she was afraid of being known. Now that she was known, Shanghai Wan'er quickly calmed down. She walked to the opposite side of Princess Taiping and slowly sat down. She looked at Princess Taiping and said, Princess, you said these words to Wan'er. You must have a reason. Can Princess tell me why you are here? Princess Taiping picked up the white rabbit stone again. She gently stroked it and felt its smooth texture. She whispered, There are 6 days left before he is beheaded. How do you feel now? Is your heart like being cut by a knife? Or is your heart broken? Shanghai Wana said in a deep voice, What do you want? Princess Taiping suddenly raised her head. Their eyes met. These two used to be close friends. Their eyes were as sharp as knives. It was as if there were sparks between their eyes. But it was only a moment of confrontation. Princess Taiping's eyes became soft. It was like a scabbard that absorbed Wan'er's sharp eyes. She said, Wan'er, do you have a way to save him? Shanghai Wan'er didn't say anything. Princess Taiping didn't hear her answer. She smiled and said, Maybe. I have a way, although I am not 100% sure. Shanghai Wan'er's delicate body subconsciously leaned forward. Then she realized that she had lost her composure. She slowly sat up and asked, What do you want? Princess Taiping slowly showed a bright smile. It was like the snow reflecting the morning glow bloomed in an instant. It was so beautiful that it dazzled people's eyes. But her voice was as cold as an unsheathed knife. I want you to give him up. Shanghai Wan'er looked at Princess Taiping with astonishment. She looked at her for a long time. Her eyes gradually showed a look of understanding. She said with surprise, You like him? Princess Taiping stopped smiling and tightly pressed her lips together. Shanghai Wan'er suddenly smiled. She smiled happily and said, But he doesn't like you, right? Princess Taiping coldly stared at her and said coldly, If you only want to talk fast, it's up to you. Just wait to collect his corpse. After saying that, Princess Taiping waved her sleeves and stood up. She walked towards the door. Wait. Shang Guanwan suddenly called out to her. Princess Taiping withdrew her hand from the handle of the door and slowly turned around. She looked down at her with the posture of a victor. I promise you. Wan'er's eyes were shining with tears. She choked and said, As long as you can save his life. Princess Taiping proudly said, You have to make a poison oath. Wan'er felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. She said in a low voice, "Okay, this. I also promise you." Princess Taiping said, "How touching. Wan is really in love with him. I really don't know what's so good about that kid. Even Shangguan Weiji, who has always been arrogant, likes him so much." Wan Er's eyes became fierce. She said, "Aren't you the same? If not, why are you here? Why are you saying such words? To be honest, I am much luckier than you. At least," Wan Er didn't continue. Even though Princess Taiping was taking advantage of her, she still didn't want to say anything hurtful. But Princess Taiping had already understood what she meant. Her face suddenly darkened. She said, "Not only you but also Xiao Man. She also has to promise that once she saves Yang Fan, she will ask Yang Fan to divorce her and leave him." Shanghai Wonder was silent for a long time. She said, "I can't promise for her, but I will try my best to persuade her. I will ask the emperor for an edict. I will go home and take this opportunity to see her." Princess Taiping nodded and said, "Good. I will only take action after I get your promise. You better hurry up. 6 days will pass in the blink of an eye." Shanghai Wan Er's heart ached so much that she almost couldn't breathe. She couldn't talk anymore. She just nodded heavily. Princess Taiping said, "I need a keepsake that can make Yang Fan believe me." Shangguan Wan was silent for a moment, then walked to the inner room with heavy steps. She came to the bed, opened the drawer under the dressing table, and took out a small sandalwood box. She opened the box, and inside was a lifelike grasshopper. The grasshopper's color had already turned yellow. Shanghai Wan gently held it in her hands. Her tears fell on it. Her heart was broken. Princess Taiping saw the grasshopper that Wana held like a treasure. Her heart was also broken. "Am I not good to you? How much have I sacrificed for you? Why can't I get a little bit of your affection?" She was very sad, but she didn't want to shed a tear in front of Wan. She said to Wan Er in a tough manner, "When it comes to the palace, I am not as good as you. If you need to use the people in the palace," Shanghai Wan Er said, "I will do my best to cooperate." Princess Taiping didn't say anything. She turned around and walked to the door. She said lightly, "Wan Er, don't forget your promise. Give me a result as soon as possible. You used your power to save your man. You still want to owe me a favor and give your man to me." This kind of method was just like an arrogant and overbearing little Wu Su. Chapter 355. It's time to eat. Zhang Xiaobu knocked the rice spoon on the edge of the bucket a few times. Seeing that he was already in front of Yang Fan's cell, he hung the rice spoon on the bucket and picked up a food box. Zhang Lilei opened the cell door with a straight face. As soon as Zhang Xiaobu walked in, Zhang Lilei stood in front of the door. The food sent by the Yang family was very exquisite. The Yang family chef was worried that A Lang wouldn't be able to eat well and had painstakingly prepared several delicious dishes. However, as usual, the tastiest dishes were intercepted by the servants. As Zhang Lilei stood in front of the door, the two armed servants chatted at the door and had no intention of going in. Ever since the steward's yard was broken into by criminals who killed 15 people and escaped, Wu Zetian was furious and mobilized the Fengqin guards to strengthen the defense of the steward's yard. This was to deal with a major criminal and protect the court's law enforcement yamen, so it was perfectly justifiable to mobilize armed forces. Now that the steward's yard had a sentry every few steps, the security was very tight, so the servants were somewhat relaxed. With such tight security, no one could escape, so they slacked off. Yang Fan was lying on the ground resting. He stood up when the door opened and pulled the iron chain, making a series of clanking sounds. As the door opened and light shone in, Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. After being locked up in this dark place all day, he couldn't help but look a little dispirited. An inch-long beard grew on his lips and chin, and his hair was unkempt like a wild beast in a cage. Zhang Xiaobu put down the food box. Yang Fan glanced at him and slowly stepped forward. bending down to pick up the food box. Zhang Xiaobu turned his head and quickly glanced outside. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and said, "General Yang, there are 3 pieces of evidence against you. First, Zhu Bin reported that you and him conspired to open the palace gates on the night of the mutiny and take control of the emperor's sleeping quarters." Yang Fan was startled. He slowly straightened his back and stared at Zhang Xiaobu with a strange glint in his eyes. Zhang Xiaobu said, "The second piece of evidence against you. Minister of Rights, Pei Xuanli, has confessed that he was the one in charge of arranging for you to accept a heavy gift from the Minister of Works, Liu Dao, as well as a promise. Once the matter is settled, you will be promoted to Great General." The third evidence of Lang Zhang's crime was that he suddenly became rich and had a huge amount of wealth from unknown sources. General Yang, how do you explain this? If these words had been asked by Lai Junqin in court, it would have been the most appropriate, but now it was asked by Zhang Xiaobu. This Zhang Xiaobu was just a burly chef. He wore a blue apron that was stained with oil, and his hair was tied with a cloth whose color could no longer be seen. His oily, plump face was extremely serious and solemn, as if he was a court judge. The situation was really a little funny. Yang Fan seemed to understand something. He replied in a low voice. After Yang Fan entered the palace, he worked for a period of time under Zhu Bin's command. However, we did not have a selfless relationship. Not only did we not have a personal relationship, we even had a grudge. I was once ostracized by Zhu Bin. Zhu Bin's 2 bodyguards know about this. Zhang Xiaobu frowned and asked, "When did this happen?" Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, "About the winter of the year before last. I remember that not 2 days after this incident, I was transferred to Wuqing Hall to be a bodyguard. If you look up my records in the Jinwu Guards, you will know the exact time." Zhang Xiaobu nodded and asked, "How do you explain the matter of Pei Xuanli?" Yang Fan said, "I have no explanation for this matter. Yang Fan has never heard of this official from the Board of Rights you speak of. Since he is an official from the Board of Rights and often enters the palace, then I have probably seen him before, or at least met him a few times. I just cannot remember who he is from this name. It would be absurd to say that I am in cahoots with this person. Unfortunately, he has only one side of the story, but I have no other evidence." Zhang Xiaobu said again, "Good. Then who gave you those 16 shops in the prosperous city?" Hearing this, Yang Fan could not help but hesitate. In reality, he had only vaguely guessed Zhang Xiaobu's purpose in coming. Even if Zhang Xiaobu was lying to him, he would still answer as such. Even if Lai Junqin went to court for a public trial, his answer would still be the same. There was nothing to hide, so he could answer honestly. However, it was different for the third question. It was because he and Shen Mu did have a plan. Although he did not participate in the Prime Minister's mutiny, in the long run, what he and Shen Mu were planning was exactly the same as what the Prime Ministers were doing. They were all trying to restore Li Tang's empire. It was just that one was doing it steadily, while the other was doing it in a hurry. If Zhang Xiaobu was here to lie to him, once he found out that the person who gave the gifts was Zhao Yu, someone would definitely investigate. Yang Fan's followers were from the hidden sect. After he got into trouble, Zhao Yu had probably already made preparations. This investigation would probably be in vain. If they really found out something, the Imperial Court's prison experts were not a bunch of useless trash, and they would probably find out something big. No matter how secretive Shen Mu's actions were, he had such immense power and such a huge flow of wealth. Unless he wasn't paying attention, once he noticed you and had the intention to investigate, how could he be watertight? When that time came, this crime would be cleared, but another crime would be added to him. The outcome would not be any better than now. He could still insist that it was a false accusation now, but when that time came, there would be no way to refute it. If Zhang Xiaobu was sent by the person he was thinking of, it would be useless to tell her the secret. If he were to search now, there was a high chance that he would not be able to find Shen Mu. He might not even be able to find their contact point in Luoyang. Even if he were to find them, he still wouldn't be able to give the imperial court a convincing reason. Why would Shinmu gift such a huge sum of wealth to him? Yang Fan was just a general, a military general in the army, and not a local official in Luoyang. Even if Shenmu, this great merchant, wanted to find a backer and seek the convenience of doing business, it was impossible for him to find Yang Fan. There must be a demon behind this abnormal situation. If he were to investigate seriously, wouldn't he end up overreaching himself? Zhang Xiaobu saw that Yang Fan was hesitating and smiled. General Yang, you can trust me. This is a token that person asked me to show you. As Zhang Xiaobu spoke, he turned his head and took a glance. He carefully took out something and held it in his palm. Grasshopper? Yang Fan looked at it and was first stunned. Then he remembered the history of this grasshopper. He had almost forgotten about this matter. He did not expect that when he had waited for Wan at the Dragon Gate for a long time, he had casually woven this grasshopper out of wild grass. I had kept it until today. Yang Fan's heart couldn't help but be agitated. Zhang Xiaobu flipped his wrist and put away the grasshopper. General, can you tell me now? Yang Fan already believed that he had been bribed by one, but how could he tell Wan about this? Even if he told her everything, it would still be useless. Shinmu could not stand out and admit it. Otherwise, if the entire matter was exposed, he would still be finished. He would also drag a large group of people with him. Zhang Xiaobu said urgently, time is of the essence. General Yang, you cannot delay this. Yang Fan said, the reason is hard to explain in a few words. The person who gave me this shop is a great merchant in the western regions. With his identity, I really cannot mention the reason why he gave me this property. AI. In short, all of this has nothing to do with rebellion. Yang Fan hemmed and hawed. He really did not know how to explain. Zhang Xiaobu chuckled and said, that person told me that no matter who it is, since they gave you such a generous gift, they must have a favor to ask of you. You are a general in the army, not a local official. No matter who has a favor to ask of you, the favor must not be made public. So, that person had already predicted that you would find it difficult to speak. Yang Fan looked at Zhang Xiaobu in surprise. It was true that Wan was intelligent and knowledgeable, but her talent was not reflected in these areas. This woman who had grown up in the palace could actually foresee the enemy's moves, and had even guessed his reaction? Zhang Xiaobu said, that person said that if it is inconvenient for you to speak, then don't speak. But when you are being interrogated, no matter what, you must explain according to what I taught you. Yang Fan quickly said, please speak. Zhang Xiaobu said, if you are interrogated in court and asked about the origin of this shop, you only need to insist that it is a gift from a noble. If they ask about this person's name and identity, you just need to insist on not telling the truth. Yang Fan nodded and said, I will remember. Zhang Xiaobu hurriedly said, you must bite on this sentence, or else I will not be able to save you. Zhang Xiaobu said with quick steps as he walked out. A servant asked lazily, you rascal, why are you dawdling for so long? Zhang Xiaobu pressed his hand on his belt and said, I just had a need to go to the toilet, so I took care of it in the corner. The execution will be in 7 days. When Xiaoman heard the news, she was completely defeated. She only wanted to see Yang Fan, to see her husband one last time before he was executed. But even this had become an extravagant hope. There was no reason for her to enter the palace, and the steward's council did not allow her to visit prisoners. Perhaps she could only wait until the moment of the execution, to see her husband one last time on the execution field. The day she heard the news, Xiaoman could not sleep. It was not until the next morning that she suddenly thought of someone. She thought of Lai Junshin's wife, Lady Wang. Of course, Lady Wang could not influence the judgment of the imperial censor, but as the wife of the head of the imperial censor, she should be able to make things convenient for her and bring her to see her husband, right? Xiao Man rushed to Boguzhai on the same day and asked the shopkeeper to inform the Lai residents that a few rare antiques had arrived in the shop, and asked Lady Wang to come to the shop to take a look. Xiao Man waited in the shop for a day, but Lady Wang did not come. The next day, when Tianan City opened, Xiao Man rushed to the shop to wait. About an hour later, Lady Wang finally arrived. Lady Wang slowly walked into Boguzhai with two maids. As soon as she entered, a shopkeeper came out from the side and stuck a sign at the door. On it were two large words, "Closed." Lady Wang walked around the Xiao wall and said with a smile, "Lady Yang, what rare antiques have arrived in your shop?" Lady Yang, what are you doing?" Xiao Man had already sent someone to wait for her outside. Before Lady Wang reached the door, Xiao Man had already ordered the shopkeeper and the shopkeepers to leave. As soon as Lady Wang walked around the Xiao wall, Xiao Man bowed down and said sorrowfully, "Lady Wang, Xiao Man has a request. I hope Lady Wang will grant it." Chapter 356. After Wu Zetian issued the order to hang the traders and shut down the market for 3 days, everyone in the imperial censorate became busy. Because Di Renjie had sent a letter in blood, the emperor became suspicious. He sent the messenger Qi Feng to the censorate to investigate whether the officials had been tortured and forced to confess. Although Lai Junqin managed to deceive the emperor, he was worried that a long delay might cause more problems. So he made up his mind and used the names of the officials in custody to create a death petition. The empress issued the order to execute them, but in reality there were still many criminals who had not confessed or even been tried. Lai Junqin could only summon all of the imperial censorate back and quickly go through all the necessary procedures for the interrogation. This was because the interrogation records, confessions, and other important documents had to be submitted to the Supreme Court for record. If one day the emperor was interested and sent an official who was proficient in torture to look through the files, the emperor would definitely find out that the verdict was hastily made. The left censorate had a total of 15 roving imperial censorate, other than Lai Junqin himself. Only these 15 imperial censorate had the power to go to court to question cases. Before Wu Zetian took control of the court, the imperial censorate was only responsible for deducing cases and impeaching officials. Whether a criminal was guilty or not had to be judged by the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the death penalty had to be judged by the emperor. Only after these 3 trials could the death penalty be carried out. After Empress Wu took control of the court in order to more easily crack down on opposition, she strengthened the power of the imperial censorate and simplified the process of approving the death penalty. From then on, the imperial censorate had the power to investigate, judge, and enforce the law. They had the power to execute a criminal on the spot, and the criminal had no right to appeal. The reason why Lai Junqin could cover the sky was because the imperial censorate had the power to decide life and death. The 15 imperial censorate were all in the capital, including Lai Junqin himself. They were divided into 8 groups of 2. They used the various offices of the imperial censorate as a court to try the criminals. The one who teamed up with Ho Siji to try the criminals was Su Yugong, who had just returned to the capital. Su Yugong was already in his early 50s. He was thin and had a clear face. Because of this, he looked relatively young, around 40 years old. Ho Siji was actually not fat, but his cheeks were sunken in, his chin was sharp, and his beard was sparse. Compared to Su Yugong's dignified appearance, he inevitably paled in comparison. Lai Junqin prides himself on being a solitary official at court, not forming any cliques or factions to show his loyalty to Wu Zetian. Su Yugong was like the second Lai Junqin in the small court of the imperial censorate. He didn't form any cliques or factions, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't. This was because in the entire imperial censorate, other than him, all the officials were dependent on Lai Junqin. Now, the trial, Ho Siji pretended to flip through the list of prisoners and waited for the clerk next to her to give her a hint. Suddenly, she heard a loud bang that made her shiver. Su Yugong slammed the gavel with force and shouted with a stern face, "Come on, kidnapper Yang Fan." Ho Siji unhappily glared at Su Yugong. With a wave of her sleeve, she turned her head to the side. Not long after, Yang Fan's handcuffs and ankles clanked as he was brought into the courtroom. Su Yugong reached out for the gavel, but Ho Siji's hands and eyes were fast. She snatched the gavel and slammed it down. In a stern voice, she shouted, "Criminal official Yang Fan, hurry and kneel for the trial." Su Yugong coughed and said, "Imperial Censor Ho, this is not a ceremony to worship the heavens and earth ancestors or the court's appointment ceremony. Why are you kneeling? Does a criminal need to kneel in court? How come I don't know? Every time the deputy Premier Lai sees the emperor, he will prostrate himself to the ground. This is the deputy premier's unique way of showing respect to the emperor. In court, you and I cannot break the law." After being ridiculed, Hosiji's thin face turned as red as a monkey's butt. But Su Yogong's words were reasonable, and Hosiji could not refute him. She could only shout at Yang Fan, "Criminal official Yang Fan, today the Imperial Commandant Zhu Bin accused you of conspiring with him. You are a traitor, conspiring to overthrow the Zhou dynasty. Do you plead guilty?" Su Yugong slowly said, "Imperial Censor Ho, we haven't asked for his name and verified his identity. What are you so anxious about?" Ho Siji could not take it anymore and said, "This person is Yang Fan. How can he be wrong?" Su Yugong stroked his beard and leisurely said, "He can be right and wrong, but we still have to go through the necessary procedures. When I investigate cases, I am always meticulous." Ho Siji angrily threw down the gavel and waved her sleeve, saying, "You examine! You examine!" Su Yugong asked about Yang Fan's name, birthplace, and current position from beginning to end. The scribe beside him verified that there was no mistake, and then repeated his crimes, asking, "Do you plead guilty?" Yang Fan stood firmly in the court and replied in a deep voice, "Imperial Censor Su, I admit my innocence." Su Yogong's thick eyebrows twitched. He asked, "I admit my innocence? What do you mean?" Yang Fan said, "I have never committed a crime, so naturally I admit my innocence. Although I used to work under Zhu Bin, I have no personal relationship with him and have never plotted a rebellion with him. Zhu Bin's confession was that he was tortured and made a wild accusation. I have been wrongly accused. I ask the Imperial Censor to investigate." Ho Siji could not restrain herself and rushed to say, "Don't try to quibble in court. Minister of Rights Pei Xuanli has already admitted that he was the one who introduced you to the winter official Li Yudao and accepted a huge bribe from him. Li Yudao even promised you that if you succeeded, he would promote you to the rank of Great General." Yang Fan asked, "Then what did Li Yudao say?" Su Yugong immediately interrupted. "Li Yudao refuses to admit his guilt and is currently on trial." Yang Fan was relieved. He said, "I have never colluded with anyone to plot a rebellion, nor have I accepted bribes from anyone. I am willing to confront Zhu Bin and Pei Xuanli in court." Su Yugong said slowly, "Zhu Bin died of a sudden illness, so he can no longer confront you. As for Pei Xuanli," he glanced at Ho Siji. Ho Siji called a scribe over and asked a few questions before whispering to Su Yugong. "Pei Xuanli is currently serving as a witness at the Imperial Censor Way. He can't come over for the time being." He then looked at Yang Fan and said loudly, "Prisoner Yang Fan, don't think that you can get away with it. You said you didn't accept bribes. So where did you get the 16 shops in Nan City?" Yang Fan said, "You're talking about that shop. It was a gift from a noble." Ho Siji asked, "What is this noble person's name? Where does he live? Why did he gift you the shops?" Yang Fan said, "This is my private matter. I can't tell you." Ho Siji was furious. She slammed the gavel and shouted, "Yang Fan, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you really want to suffer some physical pain before you are willing to confess? Guards, wait." Su Yugong said again, Imperial Censor Ho, this is a major case of rebellion. If we use torture carelessly, the suspect might confess against his will and wrongly accuse a good person. I think it's better to collect more evidence so that he can't refute and plead guilty. Ho Siji glanced at Su Yugong and said in a strange tone, How are you going to collect evidence, Su Wuzhong? Su Wuzhong was Su Yugong's nickname. Su Yugong was originally a magistrate in Puzhou, because he never used torture to solve cases, but instead investigated and used large amounts of irrefutable evidence to make criminals confess voluntarily. He was loved and respected by the local authorities. He was respectfully called Su Wuzhong. Su Yugong was able to enter the court as an official because of his virtuous reputation, which reached Wu Zetian's ears. Su Yugong said, Although Zhu Bin is dead, Pei Xuanli is still alive. When he is done with his testimony, we can bring him here. What's the rush? Also, I want to know who gave Yang Fan those shops. Did you send someone to the Luoyang prefecture to look at the records and find out who transferred the ownership? Ho Siji suppressed her anger and said in a low voice, Censor Su, It's not like you don't know that Lieutenant Minister Lai is in a hurry to close the case. You're not making things difficult for me. You're going against Lieutenant Minister Lai. Su Yugong said nonchalantly, I'm just trying to solve the case impartially. How can I say that I'm going against Lieutenant Minister Lai? Ho Siji said in a low voice, Do you think I'm stupid enough not to check the shop's contract? I've already checked it. The problem is there's no such person. This line is broken, do you understand? Zhu Bin and Pei Xuanli have already admitted that Yang Fan was their accomplice. How could this person be guilty of treason? We can just beat him until he confesses and the case will be closed. Why go through so much trouble? Ho Siji's words were spoken with conviction and confidence. This was because using facts as the basis was a rule that only appeared in modern law. What was the main basis for judging cases in the Tang dynasty? It was a confession. As the saying goes, the crime is determined by the confession. Therefore, Lai Junqin racked his brains and spared no effort to come up with a large number of inhuman torture tools to extract a confession. Therefore, even though Wu Zetian did not see any evidence, she had only seen the confessions that the officials had signed and pressed their fingerprints on. However, there were some corresponding requirements for a confession to be used as evidence. Under the principle of the crime is determined by the confession, there was also the principle of public evidence to convict. In other words, a confession had to be made by more than 3 people in order to be effective. This was the so-called 3 people to prove, 2 people to be false. Now, Yang Fan's crime had already been confessed by Zhu Bin and Pei Xuanli. As long as there was one more person, whether it was himself or Li Yudao, Yang Fan could be thrown into the death row to await trial. So, why didn't Lai Junqin just randomly find someone to be the 3rd testimony? Because Yang Fan was in charge of the army in the palace. Although his official position was not high, he played an important role in this rebellion. Lai Junqin deliberately arranged such a role for him in order to tie him up and not let him escape. Who asked him to have so many forces supporting him? Because Yang Fan played such an important role, Lai Junqin helped to make up a story of him conspiring with Zhu Bin, Pei Xuanli acting as a middleman, and Li Yudao recruiting him. This made it seem like the rebel was meticulous. At the same time, there were fewer people involved, so there were fewer flaws. This was to prevent Yang Fan's backers from interfering and discovering any loopholes. Who would have thought that in order to close the case, such a setup would instead be a trap of one's own making? Li Yudao had not confessed, and neither had Yang Fan. Lai Junqin also could not randomly find someone to act as an inciter of Yang Fan's rebellion. He could only interrogate Li Yudao while trying to force Yang Fan to confess himself. Ho Siji spoke in a low voice and lowered his stance, giving Su Yugong enough face. However, Su Yugong did not appreciate it. He coldly said, Things that go against the law cannot be done. Ho Siji had endured for a long time. Seeing him not give any face, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. His ruffian behavior from when he was hanging out in the streets and selling flatbread for a living was immediately revealed. Ho Siji stood up with one foot on the chair. Rolling up his sleeves, he angrily said, "Su Wujan, do you think you are the only one who understands the law? Do you think I don't? I remember that if a criminal refuses to confess, we can use torture." Su Yugong saw that he was acting like a ruffian, but he was not anxious or angry. He slowly nodded and said, "That's right. Torture can be used. The interrogation by torture can be done once every 20 days, but no more than 3 times in total. The total number of strokes cannot exceed 200. If the interrogation results in death, the presiding judge will not be held responsible. So you also know this rule?" This official, of course this official knows. Ho Siji was basically illiterate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a joke out of Wei Yuanzhong that Wei Yuanzhong was sitting while he, the presiding judge, was being lectured while standing. He actually did not know what Su Yugong was talking about. He only knew that torture could be used to extort a confession. Now that Su Yugong had confirmed this point, Ho Siji was even more confident. With a sinister laugh, he gave the servants in front of the hall a meaningful look. He grabbed the gavel and slammed it down with all his might, shouting, "Come! Use the cane on Yang Fan and beat him until he confesses." Su Yugong leisurely said, "What if Yang Fan doesn't confess?" Ho Siji said, "Then we'll talk after 200 strokes." Ho Siji was so arrogant because he was angry and did not care about the consequences, but it was also because he had something to rely on. After Xue Huai caused a ruckus in the Senate, he was worried that Lai Junqin would pretend to agree but oppose him in secret. So he sent people to check on Yang Fan every day. But ever since the emperor confirmed Yang Fan's treason charges and decreed the execution, Xue Huai did not send anyone again. It seemed that he was afraid of Yang Fan. With this in mind, Ho Siji's courage was bolstered. Su Yugong slowly said, "Even if his body is made of iron, he will not be able to withstand 200 strokes of the cane. Imperial censor Ho, you clearly want to beat him to death in the court?" Ho Siji shouted, "So what if I kill him right here and now?" Su Yugong stood up and shouted, "With Su Yugong here, this person cannot die." Ho Siji shouted, "Begin the torture." Su Yugong shouted, "Who dares?" Ho Siji grabbed a bunch of sticks and threw them down the hall. He angrily shouted, "Begin the torture immediately. First 100 strokes. If he does not confess, then another 100 strokes." Su Yugong grabbed a bunch of sticks and threw them down the hall. He shouted, "Drag Ho Siji away, strip him of his official clothes, and give him 60 strokes." Yang Fan, the criminal, had become a bystander after only saying a few words since he entered the hall. The 2 chief interrogators were at first arguing with each other, and then they were at daggers drawn. The servants on both sides of the hall, who were holding big red sticks, looked at the sticks that were jumping all over the floor. They looked at each other and did not know which official they should listen to. Ho Siji pointed at Su Yugong's nose and said, "Su Yugong, you dare to cover up for a criminal?" Su Yugong waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly. He said, "I am enforcing the law impartially. How is this covering up?" Ho Siji pointed at Yang Fan and shouted, "I want to interrogate him, but you are obstructing me. Isn't this covering up?" Su Yugong said, "According to the laws of the great Zhou dynasty, when interrogating a criminal, one must first look at his emotions and reason. After repeated questioning, if there is still no conclusion and there is a need to interrogate him, he will be placed on file and brought to me for sentencing. Then he will be interrogated. What did I do wrong?" Ho Wenming was confused by Su Yugong's words. His small eyes blinked, and his anger immediately subsided. He stammered, What did you say?" Chapter 357. Su Yugong leisurely said, "You don't understand, right? As the saying goes, first look at the situation. then examine the reasoning. After repeated examination, if there is no conclusion, then the case will be filed, and the judge will be brought to the superior for interrogation. What is the meaning of this? Su Yugong sat back in his chair and stroked his beard. He leisurely said, "This means that if you want to interrogate him, you can. However, the evidence is very detailed, and the criminal refuses to confess. Under these circumstances, you will have to write down an official request for an official reply before you can use the punishment." What is the purpose of this? Su Yugong was like a very patient teacher, explaining sentence by sentence. Ho Siji stood there and suddenly realized that this scene was the same as when he was teased by Wei Yuanzhong a few days ago. He quickly sat down and refused to stand there to be scolded. Su Yugong said, "The purpose of this punishment is not to obtain clues to solve the case, but to force the criminal to confess when faced with evidence." F***CK, your mother. Ho Siji finally couldn't take it anymore and cursed. Ever since he entered the Imperial Censorate, he had never heard of anyone handling a case like this. That's right, Su Wuzhong handled cases like this. But he didn't say anything when others used torture to force a confession. But today he was interrogating in the same court and caused so much trouble. Wasn't he purposely making things difficult for him? Su Yugong's face darkened and he angrily said, "Ho Siji, you dare to speak rudely?" Ho Siji said, "So what if I speak rudely? I still want to beat you up." Before he finished speaking, Ho Siji's left hook was aimed at Su Yugong's chin. What was Su Yugong's background? Although he was in his early 50s, he had worked in the judicial department from the beginning. He had risen from a patrolman, squad leader, patrol inspector, all the way to a county lieutenant and then judge. He had also carried chains and a ruler to catch criminals, so he was very agile. Ho Siji's fist came flying over. Su Yugong's body crouched, and he struck Ho Siji's chin with a soaring cannon, sending this flatbread seller flying. All the bailiffs in the court were dumbfounded. They saw the two imperial censors no longer care about their dignity, wearing their official robes and fighting in the court. Yang Fan stood there, watching the scene, only feeling amused in his heart. He could feel that Su Yugong was protecting him. When he heard Ho Siji call Su Yugong Su Wuzhong, he knew who this person was. Su Wuzhong had a bit of fame in the capital, but Yang Fan didn't know if Su Yugong protected him because he had always been fair in law enforcement or because he was entrusted by someone else. However, he was a criminal and could not step forward to help. Moreover, Su Yugong was not at a disadvantage at this time, even though he was older than Ho Siji by more than 10 years. When the two of them fought, it was Ho Siji who was at a disadvantage and was constantly being beaten. In this situation, she did not need his help. While the two judges were fighting in the court, someone had already rushed over to inform Lai Junshin. When Lai Junshin heard this, he was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils. He hurried over and saw that Yang Fan was standing to the side as if nothing had happened. The two judges were fighting so fiercely in the court that their clothes were in a mess and their heads were crooked. The sticks in the Ji, Fa, Yan, and Ming were all over the place. He couldn't help but roar, "Stop!" Su Yugong was just about to throw the gavel when Ho Siji, who was holding a booklet to cover his face, saw Lai Junshin rushing over. Ho Siji hurriedly threw the booklet down and ran forward to complain. "Lieutenant Minister, look, Su Yugong is beating me up. He even knocked out 2 of my teeth." Su Yugong was shocked. Su Yugong put down the gavel and tidied up his clothes. He stood there and confidently said, "Wronged ghosts are born under heavy punishment. Since this lowly official is also a judge, this lowly official can't ignore Ho Siji's abuse of punishment." Ho Siji was stopped by this lowly official and flew into a rage out of humiliation. He actually punched this lowly official. Everyone in the court saw it clearly and can be used as a witness. "Deputy Premier, please help this lowly official." When Lai Junshin saw this Su Wuzhong, he couldn't help but have a headache. Right now, Lai Junshin was practically covering the sky with one hand in the court. Why couldn't he do anything to Su Yugong? This was because Su Yugong, this troublemaker, was too famous in the court. When Su Yugong was transferred to the capital from the local area by Wu Zetian to be an official, he first worked as a deputy justice in the Supreme Court. At that time, he had already fought with Lai Junchin. At that time, Lai Junchin had convicted a county's military officer as an accomplice in the case of the Prince of Lengya, Li Chong. In the past, the Supreme Court would only record the files transferred by the imperial censorate and didn't question them. However, Su Yugong had just been appointed and discovered some clues in the files. Although he couldn't completely exonerate the military officer, he was able to reduce his punishment. He was only sentenced to 3,000 li of exile instead of the death penalty. Lai Junchin refused to accept this and complained to the emperor. Su Yugong actually began to argue with Wu Zetian in the court. The ruler and the minister argued for a long time. Because Su Yugong's words were reasonable and the evidence was sufficient, Wu Zetian unexpectedly gave in and approved his sentence. In the past, Wu Zetian had only heard of Su Yugong's virtuous reputation and had ordered him to be transferred to the capital. This was the first time she had seen him, and he left a deep impression on her. Su Yugong served in the Supreme Court for 3 years, correcting hundreds of wrongful cases from the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate. After 3 years, he was transferred to the Qiuguan Ministry of Justice as the Qiuguan Yuan Weilong. After the Qiuguan Yuan Weilong Yang Mingsheng was killed by Yang Fan, he was promoted to the Qiuguan Yuan Weilong. In the end, this Qiuguan Yuan Weilong started to quarrel with his immediate superior, Zhou Xing. At that time, Zhou Xing had just gotten rid of his immediate superior, the Minister of Justice, Zhang Chujin, and was at the height of his success. One time, he handed over the case of the 2 brothers, Li Renbao, who were suspected of treason, to Su Yugong. Actually, Su Yugong only needed to follow the procedure. Su Yugong handled the case seriously. When he discovered that the case was false, he refused to close it. Thus, he started to quarrel with Zhou Xing, the newly appointed minister. Zhou Xing was furious and submitted a petition to impeach Su Yugong. He said that Su Yugong was biased towards Li Renbao and his brother and had the intention to rebel, so he should be executed. Wu Zetian already knew that this person always handled cases according to the facts and not the people, so she didn't want to kill him. However, Zhou Xing's eradication of Li Tang's royal family was to cater to her wishes. It was a political necessity, so she demoted Su Yugong to be a commoner and chased him home. After Qiu Shenji and Zhou Xing fell from power due to treason, Su Yugong was reinstated. This time he was transferred to the imperial censorate and became Lai Junchin's subordinate. Think about it. What could Lai Junchin do to such a troublemaker who was even in the presence of the emperor? Lai Junchin had many shameful deeds. Although Su Yugong had always been excluded from his small circle, it was impossible for him not to know anything about them. Lai Junchin also had his reservations. Su Yugong didn't want to get involved in cases that weren't handled by Lai Junchin. After all, if he continued to quarrel with his chief official, there really wouldn't be any Yamen chief officials who would dare to use him. However, if he pushed him too hard, he might harden his heart and run to the emperor to reveal everything he knew. Wouldn't that ruin his own plans? Lai Junchin looked at the 2 of them in a bad mood and ordered, "Take the criminal back! The 2 of you follow me." Lai Junchin finished speaking and left with a flick of his sleeve. Su Yugong and Hosiji looked at each other, and with a cold snort, they followed Lai Junchin. The chief supervisor of the Supreme Court, Long Chuan, was riding towards the censorate. On the saddle was a bulging leather bag. Inside the bag were some incomplete documents that needed to be returned to the imperial censorate to make up for the missing documents. Long Chuan was 28 this year and had just been promoted to the 9th rank deputy supervisor of the Supreme Court. He could be said to be young and promising. Men started growing beards at the age of 28, and Long Chuan started growing beards at the beginning of the year. Now that a portion of his beard had grown, he looked much more mature and impressive. "Ayo," It was a rare sunny day today, and there were more people on the streets. Although Long Chuan slowed down his horse, he still brushed against a pedestrian. That person let out a soft cry and staggered, almost falling. Upon closer inspection, it was a young nun dressed in black with a vegetable basket on her arm. Long Chuan quickly jumped off his horse and apologized to her. "Ah, little nun, forgive me. I left in a hurry. I'm really sorry." "It's all right." The young nun adjusted the monk's hat on her head, and her pretty white face revealed a shy blush as beautiful as a peach. Long Chuan looked at this beautiful face, and his eyes couldn't help but widen. Women all like to dress up, but after dressing up, it was hard to judge how much of a woman's beauty was due to her makeup. To be able to wear simple clothes without losing any of their beauty, that was a true first-class beauty. The little nun in front of him was obviously such a beauty. Although she was wearing a moon-white robe with a Buddhist nun hat on her head, nothing could be more simple, but her cheeks were dyed red, as if she was bashful and timid, like a blooming peach blossom, indescribably tender and beautiful. Long Chuan secretly lamented, such a beautiful young lady. How could she become a nun? What a waste of God's gift. The young nun shyly glanced at him, as if she was very interested in his handsome and mighty appearance. She slightly frowned and softly said, "It's not military master's fault. It's just that I'm weak and can't walk anymore." She gently bit her lips, and her white and neat teeth bit her tender and rosy lips. She then glanced at Long Chuan with her soft and clear eyes, and said with slight shyness, "Is military master willing to help me send this basket back?" She threw an enchanting look at Long Chuan with her beautiful eyes. Long Chuan's soul almost flew away. She was originally a beautiful and lovely little nun, but at this time her expression faintly revealed a kind of strange charm and enchanting, and her eyes carried a kind of mysterious charm and temptation. Long Chuan hurriedly said, Okay, I wonder which temple little nun is cultivating in." The little nun pouted at the entrance of the alley next to her and whispered, "I live in this alley." Long Chuan looked into the alley. How could there be a nunnery in this place? Sure enough, as he expected, Long Chuan immediately beamed with joy and said, Good. Little abbess, please lead the way. I'll send the vegetables back for you." "Thank you very much, military master." The little nun led the way. Although her robe was wide with big sleeves, when her waist swayed, there was a hint of flirtatiousness. Long Chuan picked up the basket, with one hand holding the horse, and followed behind the little nun. He stared at her slender waist and thought to himself, "I've only heard that some famous prostitutes and brothels have changed their brothels into Taoist temples, not only to avoid taxes from the government, but also to attract some customers who like the unusual taste. But I didn't expect that there would be someone who changed the half-closed door of the brothel into a nunnery. It's a pity for her beautiful hair. But such a beauty, and also a bald head, must have a special taste, he." The little nun led the way and disappeared into the alley with Long Chuan after the time it took for an incense to burn. A horse came out of the alley, and a person sat on the horse. He was dressed in the clothes of the Supreme Court supervisor, with a saber at his waist and a leather bag on the saddle. This person was thin, and his beard looked very majestic. He came out of the alley and carried the horse towards the censorate courtyard. Chapter 358. With the Fengchen guards standing guard at the gate of the council house, the security was exceptionally tight. Everyone who entered the council house would be strictly interrogated. If it was like this during the day, one could imagine how tight the security would be at night. A horseman rode his horse to the front of the Senate yamen. He leaped down from his horse and led the horse to the side. He tied the horse to a post and took out a bulging leather bag from the horse's back. He strode towards the door. Looking at his attire, he was wearing the official uniform of the Supreme Court. He was thin and had a beard on his face. "Stop! What are you doing?" A Fengchen guard soldier stretched out his hand to block his path. That person waved his horsewhip and replied with a slight smile, "I am the chief supervisor of the Supreme Court, Long Chuan. Yesterday, I heard that something happened in the censorate courtyard. Haha, to think that they actually deployed soldiers to guard here today. Our Lieutenant Minister Lai is really honored." As he spoke, he took out a fish talisman from his waist and calmly handed it to the soldier. The soldier took the fish talisman and examined it carefully. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he returned it to him and asked, "Your Excellency, what official business do you have at the council house?" Long Chuan opened the leather pouch and showed it to him. He replied, "Some of the files are not complete. The Supreme Court's Vice Minister has ordered that they must be returned to the censorate. Only then can they be approved and archived." The soldier retreated to the side and waved his hand. Long Chuan kept the leather pouch and calmly walked towards the courtyard. This Long Chuan was Tin Ano in disguise. When the Tian Ai new barged into the house of censorate that day, she followed her memory of the location of the prison. Once she found the door, she went on a killing spree. When she rushed into the prison cell, she realized that Yang Fan was not locked up there. The prisoners in the cell did not know her identity and did not know where Yang Fan was being held. Tin Ano hurriedly checked every cell but did not see Yang Fan. She asked a few more times, but no one answered. Tin Ano saw this and immediately turned around and left. She was an assassin who had undergone rigorous training, so she was very clear about timing. She brazenly charged into the prison. It seemed reckless, but in fact, she had already thought it through. She had carefully estimated how long she could stay in the prison. It was probably only enough time for her to get the key to the shackles from the jailer, find Yang Fan, break the door, and save him. The opportunity was fleeting. If she could successfully rescue Yang Fan, the two of them would have already begun to fight their way out of the encirclement. Now, they had already spent a lot of time looking for him from cell to cell. They could not delay any longer. Otherwise, once the cell door was sealed from the outside, even she would be locked here and unable to leave. Seeing that things were not going well, Tin Ano turned around and left. She had just broken through the tunnel when the patrolling public servants discovered the two dead jailers and rushed in. Tin Ano fought her way out of the encirclement and fled into the night. When the public servants and servants arrived one after another, Tin Ano had already disappeared. If Tin Ano had caught one of the sentries and interrogated him, she might have known the exact location where Yang Fan was being held. However, Tin Ano had made a mistake in her busy schedule. She had thought of all possible changes before the prison break, but she had not thought that the cell was already full of prisoners and that Yang Fan was being held in a temporarily vacated cell outside. However, this did not affect the result of her rescue. Because the temporary cell that was holding Yang Fan was too simple, in order to prevent prisoners from escaping, he was heavily shackled. Even if Tin Ano had found his exact location, it was impossible for her to release him before the public servants heard the news and gathered around. The next night, it was impossible for Anu to sneak into the Senate. This place was built by the wall and was surrounded by an open space. Under the guard of the Fengqin guards, there was nowhere for her to hide, and she would be discovered from afar if she tried to sneak in. Tin Ano had no choice but to leave. Today, she had come up with this idea to sneak in. Tin Ano walked into the Senate and looked around for a while. Coincidentally, Zhang Xiaobu, who had sent the vegetable seller out, came back. Tin Ano welcomed him and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, I am sent by the Supreme Court to return the incomplete documents. This is my first time here and I do not know the way. May I know where I should go to hand over the documents?" Zhang Xiaobu said, "Go that way and turn to the third room in the second row. There is a sign hanging on the door that says Taiyuan Yamen Office." Tin Ano nodded, "Thank you," and turned to follow Zhang Xiaobu's instructions. In the alley, Tin Ano had already asked Long Chuan what she needed to know. Moreover, she heard that this was the first time Long Chuan came to the Senate after his promotion. She was even more relieved. If the person in charge of the handover knew Long Chuan, She would have to be more cautious. Tin Ano rushed to the Taiyuan Yamen office. The clerk took out the files from the leather bag and recorded them one by one. He wrote 2 copies of the handover book and signed it with Tin Ano. Tin Ano kept the receipt and walked out of the Yamen office. She wandered around the courtyard. Without the thick leather bag in her hand, her movements were even less conspicuous. At this moment, Su Yugong and Ho Siji were fighting in the court. Lai Junchen rushed over when he heard the news and instructed angrily, "Put Yang Fan in prison temporarily. Get Lai Zixuan to finish the case on hand and take over the interrogation of Yang Fan. The 2 of you, come with me." Lai Junchen flicked his sleeves and left. Su Yugong and Ho Siji followed behind him angrily and left together. Tin Ano wandered around the Senate for a long time, but couldn't find any clues. She wanted to take the risk to catch someone and interrogate Yang Fan's whereabouts in a secluded place. Suddenly, she saw a few servants coming out from a double eaves office. They were holding the shackled Yang Fan. Tin Ano saw Yang Fan, and her heart skipped a beat. Then it seemed to have stopped and was pressed heavily in her chest. It was only when the servants held Yang Fan towards her that Tin Ano woke up from her dream. She hurriedly retracted her infatuated gaze and turned around. At this moment, her heart pounded again, like a drum. The sound of the shackles grew closer and closer. Tin Ano's heartbeat also grew faster and faster. She subconsciously touched the hilt of her saber, and her palms were already sweating. However, right at this moment, a group of soldiers who were changing shifts leisurely walked over from afar. When Tian Ai Nu thought of the heavy handcuffs and shackles on Yang Fan's body, she gritted her teeth and suppressed her impulse. Under the escort of the servants, Yang Fan dragged the heavy shackles to the backyard with difficulty. The heavy shackles were probably more than 10 caddies and looked like 2 iron weights on his feet. The iron chain in the middle was less than a foot long and was as thick as a goose's egg. He wanted to lift the chain with his hands, but it was too short. He could only drag it with his feet, and his ankles were a bloody mess. Tin Ano followed behind him and saw the state of his feet. Her heart ached. It was the busiest time of the year in the judicial chamber. There were officials from the Supreme Court, Ministry of Justice, Luoyang Prefecture, and other places who rushed over to handle matters. There were also soldiers from the Fengqin Guards. There were also officials from the judicial chamber who were escorting prisoners back to prison or taking prisoners out of prison. Tin Ano swaggered behind those officials and walked leisurely. No one questioned her. The officials escorted Yang Fan to the temporary prison area. They took him in and relocked him with the iron chains that were fastened to the walls, the ground, and the beams. The last official who came out wanted to lock him up, but found that the lock was locked. He couldn't help but angrily call out, Captain Zhang, open the lock!" By this time, the other officials had already left. The last official walked towards the wall of the house and shouted for Zhang Lilei to open the lock. Tin Ano saw that this was a rare opportunity and immediately dashed over. He first took a look at the lock and the door. This prison's cell had been temporarily modified. It was originally used to store the 4 treasures of the study and office equipment. As a result, the door was thin and the lock was not large. Tin Ano thought that he could kick it open with 1 foot and not have to worry about cutting off his escape route. He immediately dashed through the door without hesitation. Yang Fan suddenly saw an official from the Supreme Court barge in with a saber. His heart immediately tightened. After Zhu Bin's sudden death, he had increased his vigilance. Yang Fan immediately tightened his grip on the iron chains. Unfortunately, his range of movement was limited. If the intruder really had evil intentions, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to use 10% of his martial arts. "Silence! I'm here to save you!" Tin Ano was also afraid that he would shout, so he hurriedly spoke in his original voice. Yang Fan's body immediately trembled. At this time, Zhang Lilei limped over. The official grumbled to him, "Captain Zhang, the criminal hasn't returned yet. Can't you just hang the lock on top? Why lock it? Are you afraid that someone will steal the lock?" Zhang Lilei snorted and said, I'm used to opening and locking the door every day. I just conveniently locked it. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Tin Ano dodged to the side. After thinking carefully, he was worried that someone would poke their head in and look inside. He hurriedly leaped and flashed to the top of the bookcase by the wall. There were no windows or lights in the room, so it was very dim. The light from the door shone in, making the room brighter. Jumping to the top of the bookcase against the wall, and then crouching down, it would be difficult to find anyone even if he looked carefully. When Zhang Lilei unlocked the door, the official really poked his head in and glanced inside. When he retracted his head, the door was locked with a click. The only source of light in the room was the faint light coming in through the gap of the door. Yang Fan stared at the bookcase with wide eyes. In the darkness, the bookcase only had a hazy shadow, not to mention the person lying on it. He couldn't see anything clearly and could only call out in a low voice, "Ah, Nu!" When Tin Ano heard him call her name, she suddenly felt a surge of emotions in her heart. She couldn't help but want to cry. She sniffled and jumped down from the bookcase. She gently walked to Yang Fan's side and didn't say a word. She just reached out to touch the iron chain on his hand and tried to pull it. Yang Fan said in a low voice, "It's useless. This iron chain is either firmly embedded in the beam or hammered into the ground with a sledgehammer. It can't be pulled out at all." Tin Ano still didn't say anything. She just felt her way along the iron chain and leaped onto the beam. After feeling it carefully for a while, she knew that it was really impossible to pull it out. She could only jump down and slowly unsheath her saber. Yang Fan shook his head and said, "There's no need to try. This iron chain is originally used to hang people in the air for torture. It's thick and sturdy. Even a steel saber can't break it, unless you have some legendary divine weapon in your hand that can cut through iron like mud." Anu, when did you come to Luoyang? Chapter 359. Tin Ano still did not speak. She measured the thickness of the iron chain, and it was as Yang Fan said, such a thick iron chain could not be cut by a steel knife. Unwilling to give up, she touched Yang Fan's wrist to see if she could pry open the iron ring on his wrist. The iron ring was made of cast iron and was as wide as a wrist guard. It was about 3 inches thick. Tianai Nu could not help but feel hopeless. Yang Fan saw that she did not speak and could not help but ask curiously, "Anu? I can recognize your voice. You're Anu. Why don't you speak?" Tin Ano coldly said, "What do you want me to say?" Yang Fan heard that her tone was very cold and cynical, and was slightly surprised, but immediately understood. He was silent for a moment and said in a low voice, "You know about my marriage? Anu, that day at Mingwei Garrison. There are some things that I did not tell you clearly. Then you left in a hurry and I—" Tin Ano interrupted. "You don't need to say any more. Now that I've become a monk, everything in the mortal world has nothing to do with me." "What?" Yang Fan was shocked. "You've become a monk? Anu, is this because of me?" Tin Ano did not speak, only squatted down, and touched the shackles on Yang Fan's ankle. Yang Fan also squatted down and held her shoulders. "Ah, Nu, listen to me. Some things are not what you think, actually when I was in the desert." Tin Ano's fingertips swept past the despairing cold iron shackles, and suddenly heavily slapped Yang Fan's face. Yang Fan was stunned, and his voice could not help but stop. Tin Ano shed tears and angrily said, "I hate you. Do you know, I have never hated a person like this before. I hate you. I hate myself." Yes, she hated Yang Fan. She hated Yang Fan for giving her hope of love. She also hated herself. She hated herself for not being able to let it go. Yang Fan did not give her a clear promise in the first place. It was her own strand of love that was tied to her, and she could never be free. At this time, the imperial censor Wan Guojun happened to bump into Lady Wang in front of the residence and hurriedly invited her in. Wan Guojun was one of Lai Junchin's trusted aides. The Weaving Sutra that Lai Junchin wrote was co-authored with him. When Wan Guojun heard Madame Wang's intention, he couldn't help but say awkwardly, "Madam, this is against the law." Madame Wang said lightly, "Of course I know it's against the law, but haven't you done enough things that are against the law?" The Yang family's wife only wanted to see her husband and have a few intimate words. What was wrong with that? "If you can't make this decision, I'll go to your deputy prime minister." Wan Guojun's face was full of smiles as he said, "Madam is too serious." If that's the case, then fine, I'll make an exception this time." Wan Guojun accompanied Madame Wang and Xiao Man to the place where Yang Fan was locked up and said, "Yang Fan is locked up in the cell. If the Yang family's wife has anything to say, hurry up and say it." Madame Wang glared at him and said, "You're just going to let her talk through the door." Wan Guojun said, "Madam, this is a temporary cell, not a gate." Madame Wang said, "Then can't we just let her in?" Wan Guojun smiled awkwardly and said, "Madam, it's already considered a favor outside the law for the sake of Madam. If they are allowed to interact privately, this is really—" Madame Wang smiled coldly and said, "This Madam really has a lot of face, and this is called a visit? Are you going to let the Yang family's wife talk to a door? It's only human nature to let the husband and wife meet and have a few intimate words. Can't imperial censor one make an exception?" Wan Guojun hesitated and said, I shouldn't refuse Madam's orders. But this is a serious criminal if there's any mistake." Madame Wang said impatiently, "The Yang family's wife is a girl. What mistake can she make?" Wan Guojun hurriedly said, "Madam, you may not know, but the Yang family's wife was originally a female guard in the palace, and her martial arts are really extraordinary. If she—" "Madam, I can't afford to mention it." Madame Wang softened her tone and said, "Then can't you think of a way? I'm already here, and you want me to leave with the Yang family's wife? Xiao Man, is that you outside?" As soon as the voice came from outside, Yang Fan and Tin Ano became silent. The faint sound of conversation came from outside. Yang Fan held his breath and listened for a moment. When he heard that it was Xiao Man who came to visit, he couldn't help but cry out in excitement, "Lang Jun!" When Xiao Man heard Yang Fan's voice, she couldn't hold it in any more. She rushed forward and threw herself on the door, crying sadly, "Lang Jun, Xiao Man is here to see you." Madame Wang stared coldly at Wan Guojun, and her face gradually darkened. Wan Guojun couldn't take it any more. He hesitated and said in a negotiating tone, "If Madame wants to let them meet, it's fine, but I have to put a pair of shackles on the Yang family's wife, just in case. Madam, you see." Madame Wang thought for a moment and slowly nodded. Wan Guojun was relieved and quickly ordered a bailiff, "Go and get a pair of shackles." He then turned his back to Madame Wang and said in a low voice, "Get a pair of heavy shackles." The bailiff flew away and soon came back with a pair of heavy shackles. The pair of shackles weighed about 7 or 8 kilograms. They were rectangular and as thick as a brick. It was like a small shackle. After the hands are shackled, unless a key was used to open the shackles, even if you used a sledgehammer to smash your wrists, you might not be able to break the shackles. Wan Guojun was so careful because he knew Xie Xiao Man's ability. Secondly, he was vigilant because of the prison break the night before. He was Lai Genshin's confidant, so he knew that there was only one person who came to the prison that night, and it was a woman. In fact, they also suspected Xiao Man, but the masked woman broke into the prison, not the place where Yang Fan was imprisoned. The location of Yang Fan's imprisonment wasn't a secret. At the very least, the people of the White Horse Temple knew about it. If the Yang family's daughter wanted to break into the prison, she would definitely know the exact location of Yang Fan's imprisonment. Wan Guojun asked someone to put the heavy shackles on Xiao Man. After checking that there were no mistakes, he let Zhang Lilei open the prison door. "Xiao Man!" "Lang Jun!" Xiao Man stepped into the prison door. The moment she saw Yang Fan's appearance, tears immediately blurred her eyes. She slowly walked a few steps and suddenly threw herself into Yang Fan's arms. Tin Ano, who was leaning on the bookcase, gently bit his lower lip. He slowly lay down and looked at the dark ceiling. Xiao Man struggled to lift her heavy shackles and gently stroked Yang Fan's thin cheeks. She stroked his rough and hard stubble and cried, "Lang Jun, you've lost weight." On the bookcase, Teneno listened to her words and felt sour in his heart. She was the most qualified person to express her concern to Yang Fan. But what about her? She was only qualified to express her hatred. Teneno was very disappointed. A large group of people stood at the door. Wan Guojun stood in the middle with Mrs. Wang. Behind Mrs. Wang were 2 maids, 2 servants, and 5 or 6 yamen runners. Madame Wang said to Wan Guojun, "Close the door, let the husband and wife talk. The Yang family's wife is already in heavy shackles. Are you still worried that they will escape?" This time, Wan Guojun readily agreed. He also asked someone to bring a lamp in according to Mrs. Wang's request. The door was locked. Wan Guojun asked 2 yamen runners to stay at the door and said to Mrs. Wang politely, "Madam, please take a seat in the detention room." Mrs. Wang nodded and followed him to the detention room. She asked casually, "Where is the Deputy Prime Minister?" Wan Guojun said, 2 colleagues had a dispute because of the interrogation. The Deputy Prime Minister called them over and is probably scolding them. "Madam, do you want to see the Deputy Prime Minister?" Mrs. Wang said no need. "This is a private matter that I asked you to do. Since he is busy, there is no need to let him know." Lang Jun. Inside the prison, Xiao Man threw herself into Yang Fan's arms. Thinking that they would be separated forever in a few days, she couldn't help but cry. Yang Fan gently wiped away her tears and softly said, You're crying again. I've only been locked up here and haven't suffered much. Look at you. Where did the mighty and domineering county military chief Xie go? Ever since you married me, you have become a crying baby. People will think that I am bullying you if they see you." Teneno was lying on the bookshelf. His belly was bulging, and he had the tendency to turn into a frog princess. "Bastard! Did you ever coax me like this? You know that I am here, but you still want to piss me off." Xiao Man listened to Yang Fan's words and cried even more sadly. She choked and said, "Lang Jun, the emperor has issued a decree. All of them will be hanged and abandoned for 3 days. There are only 5 days left before the execution. The smile on Yang Fan's face suddenly froze. He was stunned for a moment before he said hoarsely, "The emperor has issued a decree? But they were still interrogating me just now." Xiao Man said sorrowfully, "Although the decree has not been officially issued, Lai Junqin has already received the emperor's verbal decree. Lai Junqin is the emperor's confidant. In the past, with Zhou Xing around, the 2 of them kept each other in check, so they were somewhat restrained. Now that Lai Junqin's family is powerful, he is already lawless. Is there anything he can't do? Lang Jun, Xiao Man is useless and can't save you." Yang Fan was shocked by this news, and his heart was like a stormy sea. But seeing Xiao Man crying so sadly, he had no choice but to temporarily restrain his chaotic mood and advised in a low voice, "Since Yang Fan was a child until today, I don't know how many times I've fallen into a dead end. But in the end, I've always come out safely. God has already been very generous to me. If I can't make it through this tribulation, it is also God's will. Don't be sad. Xiao Man, if something really happens to me, you have to live well. You are still young and have a long way to go. The most fortunate thing for me now is that I didn't take your body. Forget me. I don't want to. Xiao Man shook her head with tears streaming down her face. "Lang Jun, what Xiao Man hates the most now is that I didn't give my body to you. If it wasn't for Xiao Man's stubbornness, I could have given you a son and a daughter, which could be considered as leaving a bloodline for the Yang family. Xiao Man has let you down. Lang Jun, if you really die, Xiao Man will never remarry. I will be faithful to Lang Jun for the rest of my life." Teneno was no longer angry. Although it was not the time for gossip, she really couldn't suppress her curiosity. They had been married for so long, But they still haven't consummated their marriage? His wife is still a virgin. What's going on? Although Tineno still didn't understand what had happened between them, her jealousy was greatly reduced. Silly girl, you really are a silly girl. Yang Fan stroked Xiao Man's beautiful hair, thinking that both of them were orphans, and after his death she was even more alone. His heart was also sad. He suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but ask, Xiao Man, I remember. You have an elder brother who was separated from you when you were young. Haven't you found him yet? Xiao Man shook her head, thinking of the elder brother who had been separated from her since she was young, and now she was about to lose her husband. She couldn't help but feel even more sad. Yang Fan said sadly, I have a younger sister, but I haven't found her yet. I have already asked someone to find her. If it wasn't for this accident, I might have heard about her already. If I'm not here, help me find her and take care of her, okay? Xiao Man nodded with tears and said, Don't worry, Lang Jun. I will definitely help you fulfill your wish. Okay. Yang Fan hugged her and gently stroked her beautiful hair. He said with infinite nostalgia, My younger sister's name is Nuno. Chapter 360. When Xiao Man heard Yang Fan's words, her body suddenly froze. Yang Fan didn't notice that he was handcuffed and shackled, and Xiao Man was also wearing a pair of heavy shackles. They weren't very close to each other, and Xiao Man's delicate body trembled slightly, but he didn't notice it at all. Yang Fan's thoughts had already drifted back to the distant Guangzhou prefecture and that distant childhood. He said softly, I was an orphan, and so was she. We weren't biological siblings, but we were more like biological siblings. We depended on each other and begged together. Later, there was Aunt Pei who wanted to take her in. At that time, I couldn't even protect myself, so I thought she was a woman, and this could be considered a way out. Xiao Man's body shivered, and her hair stood on end. She was so happy that her heart was about to explode, but a cheer was stuck in her throat and couldn't come out. She wanted to cry, but she had to try hard to open her eyes wide and prick up her ears, for fear of missing a word, for fear of not being able to see a trace of his expression. Yang Fan said, From then on, we separated and never saw each other again. I had already asked someone to look for her, but now that something happened to me, I don't know if they can still contact me. Oh, right, that Aunt Pei seemed to have a very high status. When she came out of the governor's office of Guangzhou, the governor of Guangzhou, Lu Yuanrui, personally saw her out. Aunt Pei also brought a little girl that was her daughter. Xiao Man gently left Yang Fan's embrace and said with a trembling voice, That little girl's surname was Gongsun. She carried a long sword that was as tall as her body. She had a very beautiful butterfly hairpin. The young Nuno was immature and also wanted it, so her elder brother made her the most beautiful butterfly hairpin in the world. As she spoke, tears rolled down her face like beads of broken string. The tears flowed to the side of her mouth, salty. Yang Fan looked at her in surprise and was speechless. Elder brother, I am Nuno. Nuno rushed forward, hugged Yang Fan, and burst into tears. It was as if he wanted to pour out all the worries and bitterness of the past 10 years. Ever since she broke up with her elder brother in her childhood, she hadn't cried for a long time. Ever since Yang Fan was sent to prison, although she often cried, she had been suppressing and restraining her tears. At this time, she finally opened her heart and threw herself into her elder brother's arms, as if she had been wronged in her childhood. She cried to her heart's content. Even if she cried with snot and tears, she didn't have to be afraid of being ugly or worried. Nuno, are you really Nuno? Yang Fan looked at Xiao Man in disbelief. Xiao Man cried, I am Nuno. Elder brother, I followed Aunt Pei to Chang, and to serve the young lady and practice martial arts. Later, my master, who is Aunt Pei's junior sister, took a fancy to me and trained me to be a female guard in the palace. Elder brother, I've been looking for you for so long. Nuno. Yang Fan tightly hugged her. He was so happy that he couldn't speak. He had missed her for so many years and had so many things he wanted to say. But now that things had come to this, thousands of words condensed together, and he didn't even want to say a word. He just wanted to hug his Nuno tightly, afraid that if he let go, she would be lost again. Xiao Meng was in the same state of mind as him. She just hugged him tightly and listened to each other's heartbeat. She didn't say a word and felt at ease. Bang! In the silence, a sound suddenly came from above the bookshelf. This was a prison cell, and there shouldn't be anyone else. Xiao Meng was shocked and hurriedly left Yang Fan's embrace. She suddenly turned around and shouted in a low voice, "Who is it?" A wife was visiting her husband, but a brother and sister recognized each other. Teneno was shocked when he heard this from above the bookshelf. He raised his head a little and hit the ceiling, making a noise. With Xiao Meng's question, Teneno couldn't hide anymore. She flew up and landed on the ground. There was only one lamp in the room. The lamp was placed on the ground at the door, so the light didn't shine far. Xiao Meng stood there and blocked most of the light. Only a ray of light passed over her shoulder and shone on Teneno's eyes. The rest of his face was hidden in the darkness. "It's you." Xiao Meng was startled and subconsciously flashed to Yang Fan's side, trying to protect his body. Xiao Meng had only encountered an assassination of an emperor once. That soul-stirring scene was still fresh in her memory. She didn't see the assassin's face at the time, only a pair of eyes. The most difficult thing to change when one changed their appearance was their eyes. At this time, the light only illuminated her eyes. So Xiao Meng recognized her at a glance and subconsciously regarded her as an enemy. Ahem. Yang Fan coughed and said, "Xiao Meng, don't be nervous. She is one of us." "Who's one of us?" Teneno immediately retorted. She couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. They were now closer than ever. She didn't think of disguising herself in this rebuttal and used her original voice. Teneno had long recognized Xiao Meng. When she saw Yang Fan and Xiao Meng walking out side by side outside the Yang mansion, she had already recognized her. A trained professional assassin's ability to recognize people was naturally not something an ordinary person could compare to. Not to mention that she had fought with Xiao Meng and was injured, so she remembered this woman even more deeply. When she was inquiring about Yang Fan's whereabouts in the Xiaowen workshop, she already knew that Yang Fan's wife was a female guard appointed by the emperor. When she looked at her appearance and combined the two, how could she not know that Xiao Meng was the little palace maid who had injured her? So she wasn't the least bit surprised. Xiao Meng looked at Yang Fan in astonishment, then looked at Teneno and began to be confused. How could Lang Jun be related to the assassin who assassinated the emperor? Could it be that Lang Jun really wants to rebel? Teneno slowly walked out of the darkness and said in a deep voice, "One is garrulous, the other is crying. What's the use? If you want to protect your elder brother, why don't you think of a way to save him?" Her appearance was revealed under the light, and Xiao Meng looked at her in surprise. She looked at this person who looked like a man but had a pleasant female voice. "I'm a woman." Teneno saw Xiao Meng's confusion and explained to her. Then she immediately added, "I saved him because he saved me. He saved me twice. It's not the kind of relationship you think." After saying that, she quickly changed the topic. "Are you afraid of the emperor?" Xiao Meng didn't say anything. Teneno smiled and said, "Once I was also afraid of a person. Perhaps it shouldn't be said that I was afraid, but that I was used to obeying. I've been by his side since I was young, and I only obeyed any of his orders. After obeying for a long time, an irresistible pressure formed in my heart. Even if he told me to go die, I wouldn't have the thought of resisting." Teneno sighed and said, "In fact, this kind of obedience is just a matter of hardening your heart. Once you harden your heart, you will find that there is nothing you don't dare to do. People, after all, are not animals. They can't be tamed." She looked deeply at Yang Fan with an indescribable meaning in her eyes. When you have someone more important than anything in your heart, you will have the courage to break the shackles on your body. Then you will find that the things that once restrained you and made you think you could never resist, in fact, are nothing. Xiao Meng stared at her for a long time, then slowly turned around and looked affectionately at Yang Fan. He was her husband. He was her elder brother. In order to save her, he was beaten until he vomited blood for a few days and almost died. He was her lover, and he would be the one she would rely on for the rest of her life. Now, someone was trying to take her elder brother and husband away from her. No, never. The figures of elder brother and her husband gradually overlapped, and Xiao Meng's eyes gradually emitted a kind of bright light. Ever since Yang Fan was imprisoned, the only way she could think of was to beg others. She begged anyone who could influence the imperial power and influence the imperial power. She never thought that she would have the power. Her eyes were always filled with melancholy, sadness, confusion, and hesitation. But now, her eyes gradually revealed the light of determination. The supreme imperial power was like a pagoda that could not be offended in her heart. Suddenly, she was filled with boundless courage and overthrew it all at once. Xiao Meng suddenly turned to Anu and asked in a deep voice, "What do you have? Can you open it?" "I can't open it." "You are an assassin. Who said that an assassin must know how to open a lock? Will the person I want to kill be hidden in a box? Then what should we do? The shackles can't be opened at all. Even if we forcibly pull them out from the beam, how can we walk with such a long iron chain? Besides, my hands are also shackled. Can you protect the two of us to break out of the encirclement alone? This method won't work." "Let's think again," the two women discussed in front of Yang Fan. Yang Fan coughed and said, "I say, you shut up." Tin Ano coldly interrupted him. Xiao Meng apologetically looked at elder brother and said to Tin Ano, "Today we are not prepared. I am afraid it will be difficult to make a move. We already know the situation here. It is better to go back and make some preparations. See if there is anything we can find to open this shackle or steal the key. We will come back tomorrow." Tin Ano said, "Do you think it is easy to sneak in here? I have already tried last night. It is impossible unless we break in by force. And if we break in by force, even if we break in with our strength, how can we have time to remove the shackles for him? Do you think those soldiers are useless? Then what should we do?" Tin Ano slowly paced 2 steps, suddenly stopped, and said, "We have been thinking about how to break in the prison." "Why must we break in the prison?" Xia Xiaoman asked curiously. "How can we save people without breaking in the prison?" Tin Ano suddenly turned around and said, "We can break in the execution ground." Xia Xiaoman frowned and said, "Breaking in the execution ground is easier than breaking in the prison." Tin Ano said, "Of course, when he goes to the execution ground, he will not be wearing such heavy shackles. It is either wooden shackles or thin shackles. A heavy knife can cut them apart. Moreover, the execution of so many officials will definitely cause a stir in the city. Countless people will rush to watch the show. The more people there are, the easier it is to create chaos." Xie Xiaoman's eyes also lit up. Yes, the location should be on the way to the execution ground. Someone broke in to break in the prison last night. That person must be you, right? If we beat the grass and startled the snake, there will definitely be a lot of soldiers escorting the criminal to the execution ground. When the criminal is on the execution ground, a large number of soldiers will be guarding the perimeter. And when the prison carriages are lined up halfway, the prime ministers will be the main focus of the guards. It will be easier for us to make our move. Yes, I think we can get some horses and oxen to drive over first to disrupt the formation of the soldiers. Good idea. We can also use firecrackers. One year during the Lantern Festival, I saw firecrackers set off on Ding Ding Street. The chaos it caused was probably even greater than a herd of horses and oxen. Yes, not only do we need to save people, we also need to think of an escape route. Prepare horses and money. Once we succeed, we will escape without a trace. Yang Fan, thought to himself, "Actually, Wan is thinking of a way, but forget it. In any case, as long as Wan can think of a way, it will be before the execution. Then their plan will be useless. If Wan method doesn't work, then the only way is to escape. Let them plan." The two women sorted out the plan of breaking into the execution ground in front of Yang Fan. Finally, the two of them looked at each other. Anu asked, "When it comes to understanding the government, I am not as good as you. In your opinion, how much confidence do we have?" Xiao Man estimated for a moment and said, "Maybe 50%. Tin Ano nodded. "If we don't make a move, then there is no chance of survival. 50%, it is worth the risk." Lai Junqin didn't have much of a way to deal with Su Yugong, who was famous for being a thorn in his side. He called Su Yugong and Ho Siji to his office and reprimanded them with 50 planks of the wooden plank. After he was done, he dismissed the two of them and sent someone to inform Lai Zixuan that he would be taking over Yang Fan's case. As soon as the arrangements were made, Wan Guojun sent someone over. Wan Guojun fawned on Madame Wang because of Lai Junqin. It didn't matter whether this was legal or not, or whether it suited Lai Junqin's intentions. What was important was that it showed his loyalty to Lai Junqin. How could he not give this favor to the person in question? Lai Junqin was surprised to hear that his wife had brought the Yang family's daughter to visit. His relationship with Madame Wang was ordinary, and they didn't talk much in private. Although he knew that Madame Wang often visited an antique shop, he didn't know that it was Xie Xiaoman's shop. So he was a little puzzled as to how the two met. Lai Junqin pondered as he rushed to Wan Guojun's detention room. Wan Guojun was chatting with Madame Wang. When he saw Lai Junqin, he quickly got up and smiled. "Prime Minister, you are here." Lai Junqin glanced at Wan Guojun and said to Madame Wang with a straight face, "Madam, you are a woman. How can you interfere in the affairs of the prison? How dare you bring his family to visit him? This is against the law. Aren't you making things difficult for Brother Guojun?" Wan Guojun smiled and said, "Prime Minister, the law is nothing more than human feelings. Madam is compassionate, and that's why she spoke up for him. If Prime Minister must reprimand someone, then reprimand me." You, Lai Junqin glared at him and said, "My wife doesn't understand the law. Brother Guojun, you are different. How can you agree to such an unreasonable request?" Although it was still a reprimand, there was a hint of affection in his tone. Wan Guojun smiled and cupped his hands. Yes. Prime Minister, you are right. This is the only time. There will be no next time." Lai Junqin snorted and asked, "How long has it been since the Yang family's daughter was imprisoned?" Wan Guojun said, It's been a long time. I was just chatting with Madam and didn't pay much attention to it." Lai Junqin said, "It's about time to let her leave. After all, this is against the law. There's so many second and third-rank court officials, and their family members are not allowed to see each other. If this matter were to spread, it wouldn't be appropriate." Wan Guojun quickly said, "Prime Minister, you are right. I didn't think it through. I will ask her to leave now." He smiled and looked at Lai Junqin and Madame Wang. "Prime Minister, please continue chatting with Madame Wang. I will take my leave now." Lai Junqin nodded and watched him leave. He then sat beside Madame Wang and smiled warmly. "Madam has never interfered with your husband's business. Why did you accept the request of the Yang family's daughter? How did you two meet?" Bang! The prison door opened and Wan Guojun said warmly, "Yang family's daughter, please come out." In the prison cell, Tin Ano had already moved away when he heard the voice. Xiao Man looked at Yang Fan affectionately before leaving reluctantly. The person imprisoned here was her brother, and also her husband. She still had many things to say to him, but she knew that now was not the time, especially since she had already made up her mind to resist. Right now, she had more important things to do. Xiao Man leisurely walked out of the prison cell and curtsied to Wan Guojun. She said in a low voice, Thank you, Censor Wan. The prison door was locked with a click. Wan Guojun laughed and said, "The supervision is the strictest in a major case of rebellion. Visiting prisoners is not allowed by the law. Considering my wife's deep love and Madame Wang's request, I can't do anything outside the law. However, I can't delay for too long. My wife should leave. Someone unlock the Yang family's daughter." Zhang Lilei was in charge of the keys to the prison cells. The key to the shackles was in charge of another prison chief. When that person heard Wan Guojun's order, he quickly went forward to unlock the shackles for her. At this moment, Lai Junqin had already walked to the window. While listening to Madame Wang's pitiful words about Xiaoman, he looked at Xiaoman in the distance through the window. Xiaoman's body was as slender as a willow, but she was wearing a pair of heavy shackles. The two of them formed a very special visual effect. At first glance, he had the urge to ravage her. Lai Junqin stroked his beard and slightly narrowed his eyes. Why didn't I realize before that a beauty locked up by shackles has such an alluring smell? When I bring her into the room, I want to try this taste. In the prison cell, as soon as the door was locked, Tin Ano quickly walked out from the dark. He leaned against the door and quietly listened to the movements outside. When the footsteps outside gradually faded away, Tin Ano turned around and let out a long sigh. Yang Fan worriedly asked, "Nu, how are you going to leave?" Tian Ai knew's anger was almost at its limit, so she didn't want to throw a tantrum at him. She replied calmly, "If I wanted to leave, I could kick the door open right now and leave. But if I do that, I will inevitably implicate you. Let's wait until the night is quiet. At that time, I will break a few more prison doors to confuse people. You can pretend that you don't know anything." Yang Fan said, "I heard that they have already mobilized troops to guard here. You must be careful." Hearing the deep concern in his tone, Tin Ano felt a little warm in his heart. He said, "Don't worry. It is not easy for me to break in. But if I kill my way out unexpectedly, they may not be able to stop me." Yang Fan sighed. "If you want to break out tonight, it may not be too dangerous. But to rob the execution field, after the last prison break, the imperial court must have strengthened their defenses. When the time comes, I am afraid that it will not be as easy as you think. This is a situation of 9 deaths and 1 life. You don't need to worry about this." Tin Ano said coldly, "You have saved me twice. I will risk my life to repay this favor. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other." Yang Fan felt an impulse and couldn't help but say, "Nu, it is not that I have forgotten my feelings for you. It is just that..." Just as he said this, footsteps suddenly came from the door. Tin Ano hurriedly said, "Be quiet," and flew into the darkness. "Come and interrogate Yang Fan. Bring the prisoner out." Someone stood outside the prison door and shouted. 2 Yamen runners came in and untied the shackles from the long chains around the room. They then escorted him out of the prison. Watching the line of officials escort Yang Fan into the distance, Zhang Lilei hung the lock on the door's nose and muttered, "Troublesome!" Tin Ano was very surprised. The door was half open and light shone in through the crack. After a while, she quietly walked over and gently held the door handle. She quietly looked outside. There were a few Yamen runners walking back and forth in the courtyard. Tin Ano waited for about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Finally, when there was no one in the courtyard, she immediately flew out. The new chief supervisor of the Supreme Court, Long Chuan, slowly woke up in the small firewood shed. He suddenly found that the rope tied to his body had disappeared. He hurriedly crawled out from the pile of firewood and suddenly found that his stripped official robe was rolled up and stuffed into his chest. Long Chuan picked up the official robe and carefully examined it. The fish talisman was still there, and the leather pouch was still there. However, the leather pouch was empty. Long Chuan, who turned pale with fright, almost burrowed his head into the leather pouch. Finally, he took out a piece of paper. It was a handover list stamped with the imperial censor seal. Long Chuan was at a loss. Of course, he did not think that the pretty little nun had stripped off his official robe, asked a lot of things about the imperial censor, tied him up and knocked him unconscious just to help him deliver an official document. There must be something fishy here. However, now that everything had returned to him, he could go back with a peace of mind. As long as he did not expose it, perhaps nothing would happen. However, if he exposed it, he had just been promoted. With this, soon, Long Chuan made the most correct decision. He put on his clothes and walked out of the firewood shed. He rode his horse and went to the imperial censor's office. After observing from afar for a while and finding nothing out of the ordinary, he turned back to the Supreme Court. The colleagues of the Supreme Court were surprised to find that the beard that Long Chuan had painstakingly grown for more than half a year had disappeared. His chin was smooth, but they did not know what reason he thought of to cover it up. As soon as Xiao Man returned home, the doorman came to greet her. The original doorman, Qin Shou, had already asked for leave to visit his family. The current doorman was one of the servants hired by Xiao Man. His name was Mo Xuanfei, and he was a good talker. When he had nothing to do with the servants, he would set up the Dragon's Gate array. His words were really mysterious, so Xiao Man let him be the doorman. As soon as Mo Xuanfei saw Xiao Man, he hurriedly greeted her and said, "Madam, 2 guests have come to visit. They are now waiting in the hall." When Xiao Man heard that there were 2 guests, she could not help but ask happily, "Is it Brother Chu and the others?" Mo Xuanfei had also seen Chu Kuanga and Ma Chiao the last time they came, so he knew who Xiao Man was talking about. He shook his head and said, "No, this guest is wearing a man's robe, but she is a woman. Their carriage is parked by the wall, and they also brought many servants with them. Looking at their style, it is really extraordinary." Oh, Xiao Man was very puzzled when she heard this. She hurriedly walked to the guest hall of the second courtyard. When she got to the hall, she saw 2 rows of servants in blue clothes and small hats standing on the left and right sides. They were all full of spirit and energy. Xiao Man did not know any of these people, so they must have been brought here by the 2 guests. Xiao Man hurriedly looked at the guest seat and couldn't help but be surprised. The people sitting there turned out to be Shanghai Wanner and Princess Taiping. Tao Mei and the 3rd sister were serving the guests. When they saw the hostess coming back, they hurriedly went forward and said, "Madam." Xiao Man waved her hand to stop them, quickly stepped forward and curtsied. "Xiao Man greets." Shanghai Wanner quickly stood up and interrupted her. "Xiao Man, I took the liberty to come here today because I have something important to discuss with you. It is not convenient to say it here, can you?" Princess Taiping sat there, motionless like a mountain. It seemed that only Shanghai Wanner wanted to take a step to talk to her, and this princess did not want to participate. Xiao Man strangely looked at Princess Taiping and had to give up on curtsying. She said to Shanghai Wanner, "Please come to the study room to talk." Xiao Man invited Shanghai Wanner into the study room. Before Shanghai Wanner sat down, she told Xiao Man about Princess Taiping and her request. Xiao Man couldn't help but be stunned. Shanghai Wanner said shamefully, "Xiao Man, it's sister's incompetence. I can't help him out. Now the emperor has issued an internal decree. It is estimated that 3 days before the execution, it will be officially announced to the world. Now, since the princess has a way in order to save his life, we have to agree." Xiao Man listened and silently bowed her head. She didn't expect that Princess Taiping liked her Langjun so much. No wonder that Princess Taiping asked the emperor for Langjun's marriage. It turned out that she wanted to destroy the relationship between Sister Wanner and Langjun. No wonder that on the day of my marriage with Langjun, she sent such a generous gift. It turned out that she hoped Langjun would not forget her affection. She used me to set up obstacles between Sister Wanner and Langjun. Now that she has a good opportunity, she also wants to kick me away. Xiao Man quickly figured out the cause and effect of the matter. The strange thing was that when she understood all this, she couldn't have any hatred for Princess Taiping, even if Princess Taiping now took advantage of the situation and wanted her to leave her husband. No matter what Princess Taiping's intention was to persuade the emperor to appoint a marriage for her, if it wasn't for Princess Taiping, Xiao Man clearly knew that she would never be with Lang Jun. Not to mention that there was no emotional contact between her and Lang Jun. Just based on the relationship between Lang Jun and Sister Wanner, she would never be with Lang Jun. If one day they recognized each other, she and Lang Jun could only be a pair of good brother and sister. So now, she even had a deep gratitude to Duke Taiping. She was grateful that Princess Taiping gave her a Mr. Right. If it was Wu Zetian who appointed a marriage for her, Xiao Man might not care about this before. But now she was reluctant. Perhaps she had feelings for Yang Fan for a long time, but this feeling was like a gurgling stream, slowly accumulating. Even she didn't realize that when she became Yang Fan's wife and lived together with him, her feelings were unconsciously fermented deeper and thicker. When Lang Jun went to prison, this feeling was catalyzed, and she suddenly realized that she had fallen in love with this man deeply. Today, she also knew that her Lang Jun was the elder brother she had been looking for. Family and love overlapped on the same person. This huge emotional power even overcame the belief of the supremacy of the imperial power that had long been engraved in her bones. How could she be willing to break up with her Lang Jun? She didn't hate Princess Taiping, but she would not agree to Princess Taiping's request even if she killed herself. However, since Princess Taiping said so, she should be more confident to save her Lang Jun. If she didn't agree, she could only wait for the public execution day to rob the execution field. Xiao Man didn't dare to have too much hope about robbing the execution field. The censorate had been invaded and 15 people were killed. In this case, in order to ensure that there would be no accidents on the execution day, how could the imperial court not be on strict guard? At that time, it would not be easy to break the siege and save her Lang Jun. Robbing the execution field was the only way. Xiao Man had already made a plan. If she could save him, she would save him. If not, she would go to hell with her Lang Jun. Now, if Princess Taiping had a way to save her Lang Jun's life, Xiao Man was not willing to let go of this opportunity. What should she do? Shanghai Wanner saw her changing expression and hesitating for a long time. She couldn't help but feel sad. Looking at the situation, she knew that Xiao Man had really fallen in love with Yang Fan. She knew better than anyone what kind of pain it was to ask a woman who had given her true love to give up her lover. But did she have a choice? Shanghai Wanner couldn't help but persuade. Xiao Man, if there is a glimmer of hope, I won't. But this is his last chance. We can't. Okay. Xiao Man suddenly raised her head and quickly calmed down. I agree. Xiao Man turned around and opened the door. She told the third sister who was standing outside, go to the guest hall and ask the noble to come here. Tell her that we have finished our discussion. After a while, Princess Taiping gently waved her folding fan, like a handsome young man. She walked into the study and glanced at the two with her charming eyes. She said with a smile, have you two finished your discussion? Behind him, the door was quietly closed. Princess Taiping walked over and turned around to sit on the brocade stool. She gently waved her ivory folding fan and said with a sweet smile, then tell me, what's your plan? Xiao Man didn't bow to the princess, as usual. She didn't need to bow to a woman who tried to take her husband away. Imperial power? When she got rid of the shackles in her heart in the cell, she didn't think it was important anymore. She stared at Princess Taiping and said in a deep voice, Your Highness, are you sure that you can save his life? Princess Taiping's folding fan suddenly stopped. Sure? She didn't have 100% sure either. Mother could poison one son, strangle another son, and beat 2 grandsons to death for the throne of the emperor. She used her most beloved daughter to make a deal. She knew that her son-in-law was innocent, but she could starve him to death in prison just to frighten people. 100% sure? She really didn't. But the folding fan in her hand only paused for a moment, and then she put it away. She slightly raised her eyebrows and said, Of course, I already have a perfect plan to save his life. Good. Xiao Man nodded slowly and raised her right hand slowly. She touched her palm with her thumb and little finger and pointed to the sky 3 times. She said seriously, I, Xiemuin, swear to God, if you can save my husband, Xiemuin will divorce my husband. From then on, we have nothing to do with each other. If I break this oath, let my husband become my long-lost brother. Princess Taiping couldn't help but show a surprised expression on her face when she heard such a vicious oath. She was stunned for a moment and then nodded. Good. You can even think of such a unique oath. I believe you. After Princess Taiping had proposed to the emperor that Xiao Man should be Yang Fan's wife, she had inquired about Xiao Man's background in passing. She knew that Xiao Man, this orphan, actually had an elder brother, but they had been separated since childhood. Xiao Man was confused at that time, so she simply told her about her background. Naturally, she didn't explain too much. Besides, in her heart at that time, her elder brother was just like her biological brother. Should she emphasize that her elder brother had no blood relation with her? Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Princess Taiping had always thought that her elder brother was her bloodkin. From common sense, it could only be so. Who would have thought that the elder brother, whom she had been separated from since she was a few years old, whom she still couldn't forget, and who she had been searching for, would have no blood relation with her? Would a child's sworn brother and sister have such deep feelings? Now that she heard Xiao Man make such a vicious oath, Princess Taiping was naturally very satisfied. Shanghai Wan knew that Xiao Man's elder brother had no blood relation with her, because Xiao Man had told her in detail about her relationship with her elder brother. Now that she heard such an oath, her almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened. God! Xiao Man! Xiao Man! I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of doing something to the oath? Why did I have to obediently swear according to what she said? I'm so stupid, so stupid, so stupid. Xiao Man stared at Princess Taiping and said in a deep voice, Now, Your Highness, can you tell me how to save my husband? Her tone was a little harsh, but Princess Taiping, who was in a good mood, didn't mind. She smiled and nodded, saying, Of course you can, but my plan doesn't need your help. It's useless for you to know the details. Now let me ask you, who gave the 16 shops to your family? Xiao Man slightly frowned and said, Lang Jun didn't say this. He only said that someone asked a person called Zhao Yu to give it to him. I didn't ask about the details. Princess Taiping said, Then what about the documents of these shops? Bring them to me. Xiao Man said, The day after the emperor issued the internal decree, the censorate took away the documents. They also said that tomorrow they would send people to check the shops one by one. Princess Taiping heard this and felt strange. She couldn't help but frown. Taking away the documents could be explained as an investigation, but the shops weren't closed and only sent people to check and check. I really don't know what Lai Junqin is thinking. Does he want to fill his own pockets? According to the law of the Tang dynasty passed down from the great Zhou dynasty, the person involved, his father, and his son, who had reached the age of 16, would all be hanged. Sons under the age of 16, their mothers, daughters, wives, concubines, brothers, and sisters would all be made into official slaves. Their property and land would be confiscated. The emperor's imperial edict only needed to be formal, and the crime would be confirmed. It would be dealt with according to this rule. Lai Junqin took away the documents in advance and wanted to check the shops and check the goods in advance. It really gave people the feeling that he wanted to seize the Yang family's property before the official confiscation. Princess Taiping naturally didn't think that Lai Junqin took away the property in advance to avoid it being confiscated. His purpose was to make Xiao Man obediently submit. When Xiao Man became an official slave, Lai Junqin could naturally change her identity with his ability. She had absolute control over a woman's dowry. Her husband had no right to use it or ask about it. When the time came, he would return the 16 shops to her as her dowry. Then she would have no worries. With this two-pronged approach, Lai Junqin didn't believe that this little girl would not obediently submit. Princess Taiping thought for a while and didn't understand Lai Junqin's intention. She put the matter aside and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't have the documents. Anyway, I don't want to tamper with your documents. If I want to know the details of the documents, I can go to Luoyang Prefecture to investigate. Remember, no matter what others ask you, you can't answer clearly, including the origin of these 16 shops. Do you understand?" Xiao Man nodded. Princess Taiping smiled at Wan and said intimately, "Wan, let's go. There's still some things that I need your help with." Wan felt like her heart was being slowly devoured by a poisonous snake. Why didn't I think of it? Why didn't I think of it? Wan wanted to cry, but had no tears. Xiao Man said stiffly, "Princess, take care. Xiao Man won't see you out." Princess Taiping knew that she was in a bad mood. If she still maintained her etiquette and solemnly saw her out, it would be strange. When he saw Shangguan Wan standing there in a daze, he thought that she was sad to see Xiao Man make the vow, so he reached out and pulled her arm, walking out with her. Wan walked at the door. She looked back at Xiao Man and only left a deep sigh. The door closed silently, and Buqi stood there motionless. The window of the study room suddenly opened with a paw sound. Tineno was wearing an embroidered hat, narrow sleeves, a leather belt around his waist, striped pants, and a pair of soft embroidered shoes. He looked like a very handsome young man with a beard. He leaned against the window frame with his legs bent and swung leisurely. He said slowly, "You are so evil." Xiao Man seemed to know that she was outside. She suddenly looked back and smiled brightly. Children who are too honest will not be able to get food. Chapter 361. In the Luoyang Prefecture. In the administrative room of Li Jing, the slippery old official saw that the judge and the visitor seemed to have important matters to discuss. Even though the two were in the inner room, he still left to avoid arousing suspicion. The front and back rooms were empty. In the inner room, Li Jing and the external steward of Princess Taiping's residence, Li Yi, sat opposite each other. Li Jing looked somewhat similar to his cousin, Li Yi. Their physiques were also similar, but the corners of his eyes didn't have the smile lines that Li Yi had, making him appear more serious. Li Jing frowned tightly and said, "Cousin, this forged document is a bit difficult." Li Yi's extremely plump face was always smiling, without the slightest trace of embarrassment. "Difficult? What's so difficult about it? If you want to talk bureaucratically, go talk to someone else. There's no need to talk to me. You think I'll let you suffer when I order you around?" The Li family was poor in the past, so Li Yi had no choice but to enter the palace to become a eunuch. Later, he became a steward eunuch for Princess Taiping and had some connections in the capital. His cousin, Li Yi, not only received a lot of financial support when he was studying, but he was also able to stay in a place like the Luoyang Prefecture as an official. Moreover, he was able to survive until he joined the army. His cousin, Li Yi, had a lot of help, so he naturally didn't need to be polite when speaking to him. Li Yi took out a scroll from his sleeve and threw it in front of Li Jing. Li Jing opened it and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Li Yi narrowed his eyes and said with a slight smile, "How is it? You've worked here for 5 years. Including your salary and filial piety, how much can you get?" Li Jing composed himself and said nervously, "Cousin, who is this person? Spending so much money just to forge a document. Is he trying to steal someone's property?" Li Yi curled his lips and said, "Steal my ass. Stealing someone's property. Has anyone ever changed their family?" He stretched out a stubby finger and pointed at the table, saying, "Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. Do you think your brother will cheat you? If this matter is done, it won't just let you make a fortune." He narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly said, "You still have 1 year before your term in the Luoyang Prefecture ends, right? Even if you get excellent grades in your exams, you still have to move. Where? You can't decide that. If you succeed in this matter, that noble person will guarantee you a lucrative place to go. Even if you want to go to Yangzhou, it is not impossible. Li Jing's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Is this true?" Li Yi pursed her lips and closed her eyes, not saying a word. Li Jing could not restrain himself. He stood up and paced back and forth in the room a few times. He gritted his teeth and said, "Cousin, leave this matter to me. I guarantee that I'll be able to do it perfectly. You won't be able to see any flaws." Li Yi opened his eyes and chuckled. "That's right. Li Jing, I can help you for a while, but I can't protect you for a lifetime. You have to work hard for everything. You have to be bold when it's time to be bold. I'll go back and wait for your news. Remember my words. Fortune comes from danger." In the Hall of History, a few officers of the Jinwu Guards looked at each other but did not dare to whisper to each other. The Jinwu Guards were originally one of the emperor's troops. Although Qiu Shinji was executed for treason, Wu Zetian was the clearest about Qiu Shinji's true crimes. Therefore, she did not lose her trust in the Jinwu Guards. She only carried out a massive purge in the army, removing those who were too close to Qiu Shinji and transferring them out of the Jinwu Guards. The Jinwu Guards stationed in the palace were not affected by this storm. But after Zhu Bin was arrested for treason, the investigation of the Jinwu Guards, especially the officers and soldiers of the Jinwu Guards, became much stricter, making the officers and soldiers of the Jinwu Guards like street rats. Every time they went on duty, they felt that the soldiers of the left guards and Yulin Guards were guarding against them like thieves. But there was nothing they could do about it. Shangguan Wanner was not their direct superior. They belonged to the military system, so Shangguan Wanner had no right to transfer them over to ask questions. Of course, that was the case. But when Xie Xiaoman asked Zhu Bin for help as Captain Guo Yi of the Plum Blossom Guards, didn't Zhu Bin gladly accept her request? If Shangguan Wanner had something to say but did not inform them, and instead directly told the emperor, they would not be able to bear it. Especially at a time like this, they had to tuck their tails between their legs and obediently report to the Hall of History. They waited for a long time, but the superior did not summon them. At this moment, the door opened and a delicate and pretty female official walked in with a little palace maid. Du Runxing recognized this woman. She was a female official in the palace, and her name was Fu Qingqing. Du Runxing quickly straightened his posture and respectfully called out, "Elder Sister Fu!" Fu Qingqing was not yet 20 years old, and was 16 or 17 years younger than Du Runxing. But in the palace, the respectful title for palace maids and female officials was Elder Sister, just like how eunuchs were respectfully addressed as eunuchs. Du Runxing addressed her this way only to express his respect. Fu Qingqing's hands smoothed the skirt behind her buttocks, and she sat on the embroidered stool in a flirtatious manner. In a clear voice, she said, "I called you all here today because I have 2 things to ask you." Du Runxing quickly smiled and said, "Elder sister, please ask. This one is listening." Speaking of which, Fu Qingqing, this female official's rank was not higher than Du Runxing's, a 7th-level Cloud cavalry officer. Moreover, internal officials and external officials, even if they were of the same rank, were slightly lower. But the situation was stronger than the person. Right now, the commander of the imperial entourage was a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. Fu Qingqing smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing much. Originally, the matter of your commander of the imperial entourage is not up to me, a female official, to manage. But I happened to hear a few of my palace maids gathering together and gossiping. So I called you all here to ask. If there's nothing wrong, I can punish them to prevent them from talking nonsense in the future." Du Runxing and Lieutenant Tang, Qianli looked at each other. Du Runxing carefully said, "I wonder what elder sister is talking about." Fu Qingqing said, "You are the commander of the imperial entourage. You are in charge of various matters in the palace. You are in charge of my tent, the old carpet, the flags and drums, the livestock and other matters. Someone said that you all secretly sold the tent, the carpet, the flags and drums. There was also someone who deliberately destroyed the bronze trumpets, used by the Bighorn hand, and claimed a new one. The old trumpets were destroyed into bronze pieces and sold to the merchants. Is there such a thing? Du Runching and the rest's expression changed. They naturally could not completely hide what they did from the people in the palace. There were indeed some eunuchs and palace maids who knew about it, but these people also got a share of the benefits. Why would they talk about it behind their backs? Fu Qingqing glanced at them and smiled lightly. She said, "Why don't you all discuss it and then give me an answer? I'm not in a hurry." Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and clapped her hands. She said with a smile, "Oh, right, this is Lieutenant Tang Qianli, right?" Tang Qianli said cautiously, "That's me." Fu Qingqing said, "Lieutenant Tang and the commander of the imperial entourage, Zhu Bin, are said to be very close." "Oh, I was wrong. It's not just you, it's—" She stretched out a slender finger and lightly swept it across the crowd. She said with a smile, "The bunch of you." The expressions of the soldiers all changed. Zhu Bin had already been convicted of the crime of rebellion. What did Fu Qingqing mean by this? Tang Qianli hurriedly said, "Sister Fu has misunderstood. We don't have a close relationship with Captain Zhu. It's just that he's our immediate superior. We naturally have more daily contact." Fu Qingqing picked at her finger and said lightly, "Is that so? Why did I hear that Lieutenant Tang once said to Zhu Bin in the imperial entourage's yamen, 'I only know Captain Zhu. I don't know anything else. I will advance and retreat with Captain Zhu in everything. As long as Captain Zhu says the word, I won't hesitate to climb a mountain of swords or dive into the sea." Tang Qianli grinned and was about to cry. If he had known that this kind of flattery to express loyalty could also cause trouble, he wouldn't have said it even if he was beaten to death. The little palace maid standing behind Fu Qingqing blinked her eyes and asked innocently, "Sister Fu, so what if Lieutenant Tang says that, although Captain Zhu has been arrested for rebellion, it's not enough to convict Lieutenant Tang of a crime just because of this one sentence, right?" Fu Qingqing said, "That's hard to say. Cui, do you know what counts as rebellion according to the laws of the Great Zhou?" The little palace maid shook her head. "Cui doesn't know." Fu Qingqing said, "According to the laws of the Great Zhou, there are 3 grounds for rebellion. First, conspiracy is a crime. There's no need for you to really rebel. As long as you plan it, regardless of whether it's carried out or not, you'll be killed without mercy. Second, you've already committed a crime. As long as you have any rebellious actions, regardless of the damage caused, you'll be killed without mercy. Third, you'll be guilty of speaking. Regardless of whether you really want to rebel or not, whether you have a plan or not, as long as you speak, you'll be killed without mercy." The two of them echoed each other, causing Tang Qianli to break out in a cold sweat. His face was pale and bloodless. The little palace maid came to a realization and said, "So that's how it is. Then for Lieutenant Tang to swear such loyalty to a traitor, it's enough to sentence him to death. Since these soldiers are his accomplices in the theft, they might also be on the same side. As long as Lieutenant Tang is handed over to Lai Junqian for interrogation, the truth will definitely be revealed." The moment she said this, the faces of the soldiers immediately changed. Cloud Cavalry Captain Du Runching let out a long sigh and cupped his hands at Fu Qingqing, saying, "My subordinates are short-sighted and can't take a scare from you, sister. If sister has any ideas, please give us your orders. We brothers will definitely obey." Fu Qingqing opened her mouth and smiled, revealing her red lips and white teeth. She looked very handsome and chuckled. "Dianqi, I think you look like a smart person." "Hee, you're indeed a smart person." Chapter 362. The Prime Minister and many court officials had already been convicted. Tomorrow would be the 3rd day before the execution. It was time to issue an official edict to the world. The case of rebellion had been settled, and the vacated positions of the officials involved needed to be rearranged. In reality, The 6 ministries and other yamens were easier to deal with, unless the vacated officials were ones that Wu Zetian found an eyesore. Then, as long as the officials moved up one rank, the transfer of power could be easily completed. What truly troubled Wu Zetian was the selection of the prime minister. 3 vacancies had suddenly appeared, and the prime minister was not someone who could be casually promoted. This person first had to be suitable for Wu Zetian's liking, and also had to be trustworthy. At the same time, he had to enjoy high prestige and status in the court. Once he became prime minister, he had to be able to control the situation. Otherwise, he would be like Fu Yi. Once someone like that was transferred to the central government, he would only be a decoration. Wu Zetian seriously pondered for several days, but still could not make a decision. She could only put the matter aside and think about it later. However, no matter who was promoted to become prime minister, Li Zhaoda was clearly the most senior. Wu Zetian added him to the position of internal censor and promoted him to the number 1 prime minister. In Wu Zetian's mind, other than the prime minister, the other important candidate was the 3 laws department. She wanted to use this opportunity to make some adjustments to the 3 laws department. Wu Zetian was a wife who had usurped her husband's power and a mother who had usurped her son's position. There were many people in the world who were dissatisfied with this. She had to be on guard against the conspiracies of the generals and ministers, and many people rebelled against the rule. She had to be on guard. Moreover, she had become empress as a woman. This was an unprecedented miracle and went against the will of the people. If she wanted to sit firmly in this position, she needed to be 10 times more powerful than a male emperor to intimidate the world. She lived deep in the palace. To intimidate the officials and monitor the world, she needed eyes and ears. Her eyes and ears were the Ministry of Justice, the Censorate, and the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court was originally only responsible for reviewing serious cases. The power of sentencing was in the Ministry of Justice. After she came to power, she increased the power of the Imperial Censorate and turned it into a second Ministry of Justice. Therefore, among the 3 departments of justice, the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court were especially important. They were her eyes that monitored the officials and her ears that listened to the thoughts of the officials. Now, only half of her eyes and ears remained. She didn't like the way she used the Ministry of Justice. At the very least, it gave her a feeling that it wasn't very effective. Zhang Qujin was the former Minister of Justice, but Zhou Xing wanted this position. Between Zhang Qujin and Zhou Xing, she chose Zhou Xing. Who would have thought that Zhou Xing would become so arrogant after his success that he actually participated in the fight for the position of crown prince and colluded with Wu Qingxi? She decisively eliminated him. But this time, the Ministry of Justice lacked a successor. The current assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice was Cui Yuanzong, and the position of minister was vacant. Cui Yuanzong was born in the Zhengzhou Cui clan, a branch of the Qinghe Cui clan. Although his family was not so close to the Cui family in Qinghe, Wu Zetian still had some fear. No matter if it was the nobles in Shandong or Guanlong, they had always opposed her becoming the empress and even the emperor. However, the power of aristocratic families was deeply intertwined and not so easy to eradicate. There was no one available in the Ministry of Justice. Without Cui Yuanzong, it would be even more difficult to find a capable person to take charge of this important yamen. The current Chief Justice was Su Ziying. This person was an old official from the time of Emperor Gaozong. He was a strict official and was not an official who passionately supported her as the emperor, but he had never spoken against her. Moreover, the role of the Supreme Court was weaker than that of the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate, so she could temporarily ignore it. Next was the Censorate. Lai Junqin and Zhou Xing were the same. They were both ordinary men who had been promoted by her. These 2 had no connections to the aristocratic families and had nothing to do with the complicated system of officials from the previous dynasty. They had worked hard. Although they did not study, they were skilled. They helped her take over the 2 important yamens, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate, and helped her establish the most important pair of eyes and ears. Zhou Xing had been arrogant and arrogant. Now that he had been executed, the only person she could rely on was Li Junqian. Her most trusted eyes and ears were only left with the Censorate. This made her feel somewhat uneasy. She felt her control was weakening, as if there was an invisible hand slowly taking the court out of her control. With Li Junqian in the Censorate, I can rest assured. However, if I want to rest easy, one of the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice must be absolutely under my control. Wu Zetian thought to herself. With the frequent changes in personnel, it is not appropriate to make any moves for now. Moreover, I do not have a suitable candidate in my hands. This matter can be put aside for now. Once I find someone who is loyal, reliable, and capable enough to help me control the vital points, I will then place him in the Ministry of Justice. As Wu Zetian thought of this, her brush paused slightly. She stopped at the position of Cui Yuanzong in the Ministry of Justice on the promotion list submitted by Li Zhaoda. She wrote a line of small words. No, the position of Minister of Justice can be temporarily vacant. She decided that the position of Minister of Justice would be temporarily vacant. Cui Yuanzong would still be acting as the Minister of Justice. Once she found a suitable candidate, she would promote Cui Yuanzong to Minister of Justice and appoint someone she trusted as an assistant minister. It would be like the combination of Zhang Chujin and Zhou Xing. This would strengthen her control over the Ministry of Justice. Wu Zetian closed the memorials Li Zhaoda had submitted to the various ministries. She said to Wanner, "That's it. Immediately send someone to deliver this to Minister Li. Tomorrow, when the edict is issued, all the new officials will immediately take up their posts. The affairs of the state cannot be delayed." After she finished speaking, she stretched and said, "I am a little tired. Accompany me to the Hall of Flying Fragrance to relax." Yes. Shanghai Wanner took the memorials with both hands and beckoned Xiaohai over. She gave him a few instructions in a low voice and gave him a look. Xiaohai understood and immediately took the memorials and quietly left Wucheng Hall. Xiaohai held the urgent document the emperor had approved. As soon as he walked out of the main hall, a small eunuch who was patrolling in the courtyard came up to greet him. He said, "How are you, Eunuch Hai?" Xiaohai nodded arrogantly at him. When he came closer, he lowered his voice and said, "Everyone has finished taking care of government affairs. They are now heading to the Hall of Flying Fragrance." The eunuch did not say anything else. He only nodded and turned to the east. Xiaohai looked at his back and then turned to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Shanghai Wanner accompanied Wu Zetian to the Hall of Flying Fragrance. Wei Tuaner, who had already been notified, had already spread out a bamboo mat in the hall. She put a basin of ice on it and used it to chill Wu Zetian's favorite fermented rice. She waited for her arrival. When Wu Zetian arrived at the Hall of Flying Fragrance, Wei Tuana helped her to take off her court attire and put on a light robe. She walked barefooted to the mat and sat down to drink a cup of cold fermented rice. Then she lay down with Lady Zhu as her pillow. She listened to Tuan and Wan talking beside her. When she heard something interesting, she would laugh and chime in. Beside her, there was a feather fan waving gently. The cool breeze blew gently, and she gradually recovered. At this time, a palace maid came in and said, "Everyone, Princess Taiping requests an audience." Wu Zetian recovered and was in a good mood. She smiled and said, "Ling Yu is here. Call her in." After a while, Princess Taiping, who was still dressed as a man, walked in with big strides. Wu Zetian saw her angry look and couldn't help but laugh. She said, "Oh, what's going on? Who dares to bully my precious daughter? Did he have some unpleasant quarrel with the son-in-law?" Princess Taiping snorted heavily and said, "Him? He dares. Give him some guts." After that, Princess Taiping sat down on the mat, still looking angry. Wu Zetian sat up. Tuaner quickly put a pillow under her waist. Wu Zetian smiled and said, "Good girl, what are you unhappy about?" "Daughter." Princess Taiping wanted to say something, but stopped. Wu Zetian smiled knowingly. She said, "You little girl, you always have a big mouth. Why are you hesitating today?" Wu Zetian waved her hand and said with a smile, "All right, all of you can leave. I want to talk to Ling Yu." Shanghai Wanner and Wei Tuana left. The palace maids and eunuchs also left slowly. Wu Zetian held Princess Taiping's hand and put it in her palm. She gently stroked it and said, "Good girl, what is the matter? You don't have to be afraid to talk to your own mother, right?" Princess Taiping said, "Isn't it because of Lai Junqin? Other people can't interfere in this matter. I can only ask mother for justice." Wu Zetian was startled. She said, "Lai Junqin? What did Lai Junqin do to make me unhappy?" Princess Taiping said, "Lai Junqin is extremely daring. He actually sealed up his daughter's shop. That was an industry that she had spent all of her savings to purchase. Originally, she was thinking of compounding interest and profit to earn some money for her family. Who knew? Not only did he want to confiscate his daughter's shop, he even captured the person who was managing the shop for his daughter." Wu Zetian was taken aback and cried out involuntarily, "No way! Lai Junqin is so daring? Does he know that it is your shop? And on what basis did he confiscate it?" Princess Taiping sneered. "Rebellion. Of course it is rebellion. Anyang, think about it, for so many years, as long as they offended Lai Junqin. Which one of them did not commit treason?" Wu Zetian was startled. Her expression gradually became serious. She had now roughly guessed her daughter's intention. It seemed that she wanted to plead for mercy on behalf of someone else. Wu Zetian had always opposed the imperial children interfering in government affairs. With their special identity, once they got involved in politics, it would undoubtedly cause more turbulence. More factions would be formed, resulting in endless political disputes. If this was a sign that her daughter intended to intervene in politics and cultivate her trusted followers, she must nip it in the bud. Wu Zetian said seriously, "Where did my daughter's shop get confiscated by Lai Junqin? Who was the person who was taken away by him?" Princess Taiping didn't seem to notice the dangerous glint in Wu Zetian's eyes. She angrily said, "My daughter's shop is in the South City. There are 16 shops in total. I spent a lot of effort to buy them. Now the one who takes care of the shop for me is Yang Fan, the left officer of the Yulin Academy." Yang Fan? Wu Zetian's eyes suddenly became deeper. Chapter 363. Princess Taiping angrily said, "After I came back from Jingu Garden, I heard that several prime ministers and ministers were arrested and sent to prison. I never thought that Yang Fan was involved. Usually, he would visit me every 3 to 5 days. This time, I have been back in the capital for several days, but he still hasn't come. I sent someone to ask, and then I knew that something happened. Mother, I am not sure whether other people are rebelling or not, but Yang Fan is definitely not rebelling. Why is he rebelling? He is a person promoted by Mother, and he is not related to any faction in the imperial court. Besides, he has Teacher Shui as his backer, and his future is bright. What reason does he have to rely on the rebel party?" Wu Zetian slowly said, "Lai Junqin found out that he received a huge bribe from the Yudao. I remember that at that time he mentioned the 16 shops of unknown origin. Are these shops yours?" Princess Taiping confidently said, "Of course, they are my daughter's. Speaking of which, other than these 16 shops, what other property does Yang Fan have? And these 16 shops are my daughter's. Where is his so-called huge bribe?" Wu Zetian slightly narrowed her eyes, and her gaze was as sharp as a needle tip. As a descendant of the emperor, it is naturally not suitable for me to engage in the lowly business. But if you want to set up some shops, is there no one in the princess residence who can be used? Why do you give it to an outsider and a general who doesn't know how to manage it?" "Daughter!" Princess Taiping said half a sentence, and then her pretty face became red. Wu Zetian has been staring at her daughter's expression. Seeing this, she suddenly understood, and her face suddenly became very ugly. Suddenly, Wu Zetian thought of many things. She thought of the time when Yang Fan and her daughter bowed together. She thought that her daughter, who was not interested in helping others to marry, suddenly learned to help Yang Fan to arrange a marriage. She thought of the rumor that she heard on the day of Yang Fan's wedding. Her daughter gave him a generous gift. Many of the noble women who kept a gigolo would take care of everything for the gigolo, including helping him get married and start a career. For example, Madame Yao, the daughter of Princess Taiping's wet nurse, helped Lu Junfan by her dowry. Wu Zetian thought of her daughter's natural and unrestrained manner when she publicly chose her son-in-law. She was not shy at all and dared to choose the person she liked in front of everyone. But now, when Yang Fan was mentioned, she hesitated and showed a rare shyness. Wasn't it obvious what she meant? But what could she say, reproach her daughter? What right did she have to scold her daughter when she was still raising a gigolo? These thoughts quickly flashed through Wu Zetian's mind. She slowly said, "Daughter, this is not the only evidence of Yang Fan's crime. Zhu Bin and Pei Xuanli have also admitted to colluding with him. Rebellion is disloyalty to the dynasty, disloyalty to me. No one can be forgiven. Mother!" Princess Taiping only called her once before 2 lines of tears fell down. "Since I was a child, this is the 3rd time your daughter has begged you. The first time, your daughter begged you to pardon the innocent son-in-law. It was his 2 elder brothers who plotted the rebellion, not him. Mother didn't agree. Your daughter's good son-in-law was bestowed by Mother, and it was Mother who took him away with her own hands." She looked at Wu Zetian with tearful eyes and said, "The second time your daughter didn't want that son-in-law, but Mother insisted that your daughter marry him. At that time, Mother still didn't agree to your daughter's request. Mother, do you know what it feels like to be with a man you don't love day and night, to grow old together?" Her tears flowed out and gently fell on Wu Zetian's hand. Wu Zetian's hard heart slightly softened. Princess Taiping said, "This is the 3rd time your daughter has begged you. If Yang Fan really has the heart to rebel, your daughter won't protect him. No matter how close a man is, he can't kiss his own mother. If your daughter must make a choice, your daughter will naturally stand on Mother's side. But he really can't rebel, Wu Zetian became irritated. She pulled back her hand and angrily slapped her thigh. "Are you saying that Lai Junqin is deceiving me?" At this time, Wu Zetian still didn't want to believe that Lai Junqin, whom she trusted, had deceived her. The people always had an inexplicable recognition for the one and only, because Wu Zetian was the only female emperor in history. They took it for granted that she was super strong in all aspects. If it wasn't so, how could she stand out in the men's world? Everyone didn't know that Wu Zetian became the emperor. Although she had her own ability, it was also because of the right time, the right place, and the right people. Being good at palace fights was just a small wisdom. Managing the world required a big mind and great wisdom. Unfortunately, some people didn't understand this truth. In the eyes of these people, since she was the one and only, she must be very wise. Since she was very wise, she would always be wise. Only stupidity can be worshipped. The halo of wisdom that shrouded Wu Zetian blinded too many people's eyes. On the contrary, the people around her could see her more clearly. That's why Shanghai Wan and Wei Tuan dared to secretly form confidantes. Why Princess Taiping dared to get involved in politics, and why Zhou Xing, Lai Junqin, and other ruthless officials dared to do whatever they wanted. But Princess Taiping didn't dare to say that she was old and muddled. She could only euphemistically say, "Your daughter didn't say that, but this case involves many people. I'm afraid that Lai Junqin will only personally handle the case of the Prime Minister. People like Yang Fan, 8 or 9 out of 10 will be handed over to the lowly officials to try. Those lowly officials, in order to take credit and ask for rewards, will not confess under torture? At this point, Princess Taiping suddenly opened her tearful eyes, as if she suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly asked, "What did Yang Qin say just now? Who accused Yang Fan of being an accomplice?" Wu Zetian said, "It was Commandant Zhu Bin and Minister of Rights Pei Xuanli." "What's wrong?" "Zhu Bin. Zhu Bin." Princess Taiping softly repeated twice. Suddenly she said excitedly, "Yes, it's this Zhu Bin. Your daughter remembers. Fan Lang he... Ah, no, it's Yang Fan." Princess Taiping seemed to have spilled the beans. Her pretty face turned red. Wu Zetian had to play dumb, as if she didn't hear anything. Princess Taiping said, "Yang Fan once complained to your daughter that he was pushed aside by Zhu Bin. Later, he made a great contribution and was promoted to Lang General. Zhu Bin was jealous of his promotion and humiliated him in public. Yang Fan wanted your daughter to vent his anger for him." Princess Taiping had clearly stated the relationship between her and Yang Fan when she spoke till here. Why did she not use her own people and let Yang Fan run the shop for her? Why did she put the shop under Yang Fan's name and let Yang Fan take a share of the profits? Why did Yang Fan and Zhu Bin not get along and ask her to vent his anger for him? She was like the second Xue Huai. Princess Taiping said, "It's just that Mother instructed me not to use my status as a princess and Mother's favor to meddle in court affairs. That's why I didn't agree. I let him take care of the shop. Actually, it's to appease him." Speaking of this, Princess Taiping's face turned even redder. Her tearful eyes were moving and her tender cheeks were as red as fire. There was a kind of tender and beautiful feeling. Princess Taiping said, "Mother, think about it. How could two people who are incompatible like fire and water get together?" Wu Zetian sighed softly and said, "Forget it. Mother will summon Lai Junqin to the palace." Princess Taiping hurriedly said, "Mother, regardless of whether Yang Fan was wronged or not, things have come to this. Lai Junqin has no other choice but to protect the censorate. If we summon him, I'm afraid he won't get anything out of him." Wu Zetian angrily said, "What should we do? Do you want me, the emperor, to be the judge and abandon the 3 law departments to personally interrogate him?" Princess Taiping held Wu Zetian's hand and begged coquettishly, "Yang Fan told me that when he was just promoted to officer general, Zhu Bin gathered a crowd to ridicule him. It's obvious that Yang Fan and Zhu Bin don't get along well. More than one person knows about it. If Mother doesn't believe me, why don't you summon the military academy under Zhu Bin and ask them? If what I said is true, Mother will make an exception for me." When Princess Taiping acted like a spoiled child, it was as if she had returned to the time when she was still a little girl. Wu Zetian's heart softened. She remembered how much she spoiled Xue Huai. She couldn't help but sigh and said, "Forget it. Go and ask Wan to pass on my order. Summon the people who will lead the troops to this flying fragrance hall." Princess Taiping quickly said, "Thank you, Mother." She quickly got up and rushed out of the hall. Wu Zetian remembered the man who had accompanied her for more than 10 years. She also remembered that her daughter was infatuated with that man's disciple. She couldn't help but secretly said, Sina. Shanghai Wan received the imperial edict and immediately sent someone to summon the troops. Immediately, she returned to the hall with Princess Taiping. Wu Zetian said, "Help me change my clothes." Princess Taiping rushed to say, "Daughter will help Mother change your clothes." Wu Zetian laughed and said, "Forget it. You have been served by others since you were young. How could you help me change my clothes? Sit here and take a rest. This fermented rice wine is a new tribute from Jinling. It tastes very good. You should try it too." As soon as she finished speaking, Shangguan Wan and Wei Tuan helped her into the bedroom of the Flying Fragrance Hall. Wu Zetian sat down in the bedroom. While letting the 2 people help her change her clothes, she instructed Shanghai Wan In a moment, send someone to Luoyang Prefecture on horseback and bring the Yang family's letter of approval to Zhen. Shanghai Wanner complied. A moment later, after helping Wu Zetian dress herself neatly, Shanghai Wanner left in a hurry to arrange someone to go to Luoyang Prefecture. Wu Zetian went out of the bedroom. She said to Princess Taiping, "Daughter, you should have some proof of ownership of that shop, right?" Princess Taiping hastily got up and said, "Daughter not only has the letter of approval, I also have the contract. Does mother want to take a look?" Wu Zetian said, "After all, this is not a private matter. Although mother believes you, it is better to take a look to avoid other people gossiping." Princess Taiping said, "That's good. Daughter will immediately send someone to get it." Wu Zetian said indifferently, "Tell little Hai and your people to go with you, so that when you return, you won't be delayed at the palace gate." After receiving the imperial edict, the officers and soldiers hurriedly gathered at the Flying Fragrance Hall. Although they came under the imperial edict, Wu Yi could not be at ease with so many officers and soldiers suddenly gathered in one place. Now that the officers and soldiers had met with a series of accidents, they could no longer be considered the emperor's most trusted guards. Wu Yi ordered them to remove their armors and weapons, and also ordered the Yulin guards to be on guard as they arrived at the Flying Fragrance Hall. Most of the officers and soldiers did not know what was going on and were all anxious. But if the emperor wanted to harm them, it was impossible for him to gather them in one place. This was somewhat puzzling. Among the officers and soldiers, only Cloud Cavalry Captain Du Runsheng, Lieutenant Tang Qianli, and a few others were summoned by the female official Fu Qingqing vaguely guessed something. Chapter 364. When they stood in front of Flying Fragrance Hall, and Wu Yi had the situation under control, she immediately entered the hall to ask for an audience. Wu Zetian did not come out, only ordering Shanghai Wanner to come out accompanied by the fully armed Wu Yi to stand on the stone steps in front of the hall. 600 bighorn soldiers looked nervously at this beautiful Minister of Internal Affairs of the Great Zhou. Shanghai Wanner said in a clear voice, "Officers and soldiers, listen up. Everyone has something to ask you. There is a rumor in the palace that the left minister of the Imperial Guards, Yang Fan, and Commandant Zhu Bin have never been on good terms. If you have been by Zhu Bin's side, you may have heard of it. If you have experienced it, quickly enter the hall to pay your respects." There was a slight disturbance among the officers and soldiers, but no one moved. Shanghai Wanner said in a loud voice, "If you have experienced it, quickly step forward. If you do not report it, once it is discovered, you will be punished for the crime of deceiving the emperor." Cloud Cavalry Captain Du Runsheng took a deep breath and stepped forward. Seeing this, Commandant Tang Qianli also hurriedly stepped forward to follow. Following closely, several other soldiers also stepped forward. These people entered the Flying Fragrance Hall, and after about half an hour, they came out one by one. The officers and soldiers outside were all watching anxiously. Seeing that their expressions were somewhat relaxed, they also instantly relaxed. By the time Chamberlain Xiao Hai led Du Runsheng, Tang Qianli, and the others out of Flying Fragrance Hall, Wu Zetian's face was already as dark as water. Princess Taiping said aggrievedly, "Anyang, what did your daughter say?" Yang Fan definitely would not have participated in the rebellion. Although Zhu Bin is dead, from the confessions of these military academies, it is enough to prove that Yang Fan and Zhu Bin did not collude. Right now, there is only Pei Xuanli's side of the story. Anyang can bring Yang Fan and Pei Xuanli to the emperor to confront each other. We will know once we ask. Wu Zetian pondered for a moment, then said to Wanner, "Wanner, do you think Shen can do this?" Shanghai Wanner was well aware of Wu Zetian's temperament, especially as she gradually grew older. She became sensitive and stubborn. She used to be expressionless, but now she was somewhat temperamental. Therefore, she did not directly help Princess Taiping, but deliberately pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Logically speaking, the law should be made public by the Son of Heaven. The law has been set, and there will be judges to enforce it according to the law. Even the Son of Heaven cannot interfere. Otherwise, if the Son of Heaven decides the law of the world according to his likes and dislikes, the law and discipline will cease to exist. Wu Zetian happily said, "Wanner still understands my intentions. That's right, this law of Great Zhou was decided by we. If we were to break it now, wouldn't that be breaking our own rules?" Shengguan Wan continued, "However, Wan feels that the matter of the penal prison is actually related to heaven. The only thing the warden abides by is the justice of heaven, now that it has been proven that the judges may have perverted the law. Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven is the law. The law is the Son of Heaven. We cannot blindly, rigidly adhere to the established law and lead to unjust imprisonment." Shanghai Wan first stood on Wu Zetian's point of view, completely considering her authority and interests. She gave an explanation, then immediately changed the tone and said that the law is nothing more than human feelings. Wu Zetian was no longer conflicted, but after thinking about it, she still did not want to break the rules that she personally made. That would undoubtedly be denying her authority. She could not help but hesitantly said, "You mean Zhen can personally intervene in this case?" Shanghai Wanner cleverly said, "How would Wanner dare to encourage His Majesty to break the law and discipline?" However, in Wanner's opinion, if His Majesty wants to visit incognito, go to the Supreme Court's rear hall to listen to the hearing. The purpose is only to inspect the officials, so it cannot be considered as interfering with the law. If the judges are unfair, I believe that with His Majesty's eyes, even if His Majesty does not interfere, they will still correct it. Wu Zetian immediately understood what she meant. After thinking for a moment, she smiled and said, "Wanner is experienced in scheming for the country. If you were not a woman, Zhen would definitely promote you to be the Prime Minister of the Imperial Court." Shanghai Wan heard this comment and felt very bitter in her heart. Experienced in scheming for the country? How can an experienced in scheming for the country not be as good as Xiao Man? Wanner, as long as I can be experienced in scheming for the country, I will be satisfied. Wu Zetian stood up and said, "Zhen has not left the palace for a long time. I am feeling a little bored. Then let us go to the censorate for a walk." Princess Taiping said, "I will go too." Wu Zetian put on a straight face and said, "That won't do. You stay here obediently. You are a princess. What kind of title is it to follow your mother to the censorate?" Princess Taiping retreated unhappily. The emperor was going on a journey. Although he was going to visit incognito, he still needed to make some preparations. The whole palace suddenly became busy. General Wu Yui hurriedly, secretly mobilized the elite escorts among the hundreds of cavalrymen. They all changed into casual clothes and hid their sharp weapons, ready to accompany the emperor out of the palace. Wu Zetian returned to her bedroom and changed into a man's clothing. She wore a soft-legged headgear and looked at herself in the bronze mirror that was taller than a person. She looked like an elegant old scribe's, except that she was missing a part of her beard, which slightly reduced her charm. Wu Zetian sighed and said, "I have not worn men's clothing for many years." Tuana said with a smile, "Everyone looks elegant in this dress. If you go to the market, you will charm many young girls." Wu Zetian heard this and laughed. She pointed at her and said angrily, "You know how to talk. You have a clever mouth." After a while, they finished dressing up. Wu Zetian held a folding sword and gently walked out of the bedroom. At this time, Shanghai Wan and Wu Yi also changed into casual clothes. Shanghai Wan was wearing a scribe's robe and a child headband. She had a jade-like face and red lips, bright eyes, and white teeth. She looked like a handsome young man. Wu Yi was wearing a robe and looked tall and strong. When the two stood together, they looked like a fresh flower next to a big tree. Wu Zetian looked around and asked in confusion, "Where is Taiping?" Shanghai Wan replied, The princess drank a few cups of wine and said it was stuffy here. She went to Li Jingtai to go boating. Wu Zetian did not believe that her daughter would be so quiet. Since Yang Fan was her person, how could she not be careful? If she did not bring her, she might even prepare to sneak out of the palace. Wu Zetian shook her head and asked Shanghai have you brought the documents of the Luoyang prefecture and the contract of the princess residence? Wan said, everything is here. Does everyone want to see it now? Wu Zetian shook her head and said, you take it with you. I will look at it in the carriage. The group of people left the palace. Wu Yi had already arranged for a carriage to be arranged at the palace gate. Everyone waited for Wu Zetian to get on the carriage and then escorted the carriage to the censorate. In fact, the censorate senate was located at Lijing Gate on the west side of the palace. It was within the boundaries of the palace. Ordinary people would not wander around in this area unless they were holding a petition or a large-scale event. Even if Wu Zetian swaggered to the censorate, she would not be seen by the people. This incognito attire was to hide from the eyes and ears of the officials who were working in various parts of the palace. Flying Fragrance Hall was on the east side of the palace. They left the palace gate nearby and set out on the east side of the palace. After circling around the palace for half a circle, they would arrive at the censorate senate. Wu Zetian sat in the carriage and opened up the letter of approval she had received from the Luoyang prefecture. She also opened up the contracts she had received from the princess residence and examined them repeatedly. The original owner of the documents of Yangfan Senate was called Lu Wanshan. The censorate had carefully searched for this person, but according to the records, they could not find this person. It was as if this person had never existed. Now the princess residence took out the city registration, business license, house title deed, and documents of the Senate. The owner of the documents was the so-called Lu Wanshan. All of this proved that the mysterious original owner of the 16 shops was Princess Taiping. The city registration, documents of the Senate, and contracts had no problems. The seal of the Luoyang Prefecture's revenue department was also unmistakable. The documents of the party who accepted the Senate ownership also had Yang Fan's signature. Wu Zetian couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Her view of Yang Fan's rebellion was even more shaken. Everyone, we have arrived at the censorate senate. The carriage suddenly stopped. Little Hai's low voice came from the window. Wu Zetian raised her head and said to Shanghai, you and Yui go in and call Junchin to see me. Don't make any noise. Complied and got out of the carriage. She whispered something to Wu Yi, and the two walked side by side to the censorate senate. There was a horse-tying post in front of the senate, and there was a man who looked like a coachman cleaning the horses. Shangguan glanced at him, and the man nodded slightly. Shangguan Oi's slightly nervous expression finally relaxed. In front of the censorate senate, there were soldiers of the Fengchen Guard carefully inspecting all the people entering the censorate senate. Shanghai and Wu Yui acted as if there was no one around and walked in. Several soldiers quickly came to stop them. At this time, several plainclothes guards under Wu Yui's command rushed forward and showed their fish talismans. When the Fengchen Guard soldiers saw that it was the Imperial Guard, they couldn't help but be stunned. The plainclothes guard said in a low voice, "The Imperial Guard is doing business. Get out of the way." He pushed them to the side and escorted Shanghai, and Wu Yui into the yamen. After a short while, Lai Junchin hurried out with Shangguan and Wu Yui, rushing to the ox cart with a nervous look on his face. "Come on up." A gentle and dignified voice came from the carriage. Lai Junchin's body shook. He hurriedly agreed and stepped onto the carriage. After a while, Lai Junchin came out of the carriage. His face was cloudy and uncertain. Following this, Wu Zetian also slowly walked out, and Little Hai hurriedly went up to support her. Because Lai Junchin had received Wu Zetian's orders, He didn't dare to walk behind her because it would look strange. He could only walk shoulder to shoulder with her, as if he was accompanying a close friend. There were messengers coming and going in the front and back of the yamen. When they saw this scene, they thought it was Lai Genshin's honored guest. They would never have thought that this old scribe's gently waving a folding fan was actually the current emperor. Your Majesty, why have you come to the Senate? Lai Junqin invited Wu Zetian to his yamen and invited her to sit. Only then did he solemnly prostrate himself to her. Wu Zetian indifferently said, "It's nothing. We were a bit bored in the palace, so we came out to take a stroll. In this weather, it's too hot to go anywhere. Recently, we've been busy with state affairs, so we couldn't go to the Dragon Gate to escape the heat. Among the 3 departments of justice, the censorate that you, Lai Junqin, control is the most outstanding. The law is strict, the cases are fair, and there has never been a backlog of cases. We thought that we should take a stroll here and listen to a trial along the way. We want to see what's so special about your censorate. In the future, we can promote it to the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court."